Tonight, we're diving into true spooky stories from real solo backpackers, people who went into the woods alone and came back with chilling tales they still struggle to talk about. My name is Cody Blair, and I'm what most people call an ultralight hiker. I travel alone with just a few pounds of gear, shelter, stove, filter, the essentials stripped down to ounces. It's less about survival and more about control. Every step, every item, every gram accounted for. That control keeps me calm while I'm miles from the nearest road. Until the day it didn't. This happened in the La Salle Mountains of Utah, early September, when the weather was still holding but the trails were nearly empty. I'd planned a simple 20-mile loop starting from Warner Lake Trailhead, looping around Mount Tamasaki, then reconnecting to the same fire road by sunset. It was supposed to be a one-day conditioning run, a clean, predictable route I could map in my head. I remember double-checking my pack in the parking lot at dawn: one trekking pole, single-wall tarp, Sawyer filter, 1.5 liters of water, a satellite beacon clipped to my shoulder strap, and my GPS unit synced to my phone. The air smelled of wet pine and granite dust. It had rained the night before, leaving the ground soft and dark, the kind that takes footprints like plaster. The first half went perfectly. I made good time along Gold Basin Trail, climbing through switchbacks under aspen groves that shimmered silver in the morning light. I logged waypoints every 30 minutes, habit more than necessity, and sent a single check-in ping through the satellite beacon around 9:12 a.m. to my friend Aaron. He's the one person who always knows my routes. The GPS read 7.6 miles when it happened. The signal cut. I was on the ridgeline between Tamasaki and Mans Peak, open country with clear line of sight sky. No reason to lose contact up there. I checked my phone screen, blank connection icon, spinning wheel, and thought maybe it was just cloud cover. I gave it a minute. Nothing. Then I noticed the track. The last recorded coordinate wasn't where I stood. It was 300 feet downslope, moving northeast, slowly, but steadily. I thought it was a glitch, maybe a drift in the signal. Happens sometimes when the GPS recalibrates. But it didn't stop. The little blue dot kept moving. I zoomed in. It was tracing my route, but in reverse. Back toward Gold Basin. I reset the unit, even powered it off and on. Same result. My own marker, Cody Blair, was stationary where I stood, but the live coordinate feed was walking away, step by step. I laughed at first, a quiet sound in the wind, trying to brush off the unease crawling under my skin. It had to be a bounce between satellites. Maybe the storm last night had thrown the calibration. I'd fix it once I got back to camp. I followed the loop eastward toward Burro Pass, but I couldn't stop checking the feed. Every time I glanced down, the false signal had moved farther away. After 20 minutes, it was nearly a mile back, still marching at a human pace at 2, maybe 3 miles per hour. At 11:40, I stopped on a slope of red shale to eat and refill my filter bottle from a melt stream. When I checked again, my GPS sent a tone one I'd never heard before. A sharp, single chirp. Then text appeared at the bottom of the screen. Coordinate lock established. Then below that, active movement detected. The coordinates matched the moving signal. I just stared at it for a while, thinking maybe the unit had synced with a stray beacon, maybe some other hiker out there using the same model. But the ID number was mine. The same serial tag registered to my account. Something or someone was walking with my ID signal. I tried sending an emergency ping through the satellite beacon. No response. Normally, even if I'm off-grid, it gives a green flash once the message relays. This time it blinked red 3 times, then shut off completely. When I looked up again, the ridge ahead felt different. The air carried that muffled, swallowed quiet you only hear before a storm. But the sky was perfectly clear. I kept walking. Not fast, but steady, trying to shake the rising pulse in my neck. The trail wound into spruce forest, the light turning green and thin. Every few minutes I checked the GPS. The moving coordinates had changed direction. They weren't heading back anymore, they were angling toward me. By 1 p.m., The distance read 0.62 miles. I stopped on a small clearing with the slope leveled out. No sound except for one hawk circling high above. I waited 5 minutes, then 10. The number dropped, 0.54 miles. I whispered to myself, maybe it's just catching up from earlier drift, like saying it aloud would make it truer. But my gut didn't buy it. The coordinates were moving in real time. Another tone sounded, a soft click I felt more than heard. The screen blinked and a second message appeared. Image link /active_feed. I tapped it. A blurred image loaded, gray and green pixels forming the shape of a slope I recognized. It was my trail, seen from above, like through a drone camera. In the corner of the frame was a figure. Too small to make out at first, but it looked like a person standing right where I'd stopped for lunch. Same collar jacket. Same pack. I zoomed in until the image warped. The reflection of the water beside the figure showed the same shoulder beacon I wore, same brand, same scuff mark across the strap. That's when I heard it, the faint, rhythmic click, click, click of footsteps on rock coming from somewhere below the ridge. I turned off the GPS, shoved it in my pocket, and started moving. I stayed on the main trail at first, but when I noticed the elevation marker, 9,420 feet, matching what had just flashed on my screen, I panicked. I cut downhill through trees, angling off-route toward the old surface road I knew ran parallel to the loop. My breathing was too loud. My boots kept sliding on loose shale. At 1:27 p.m., my phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out, expecting no signal, but there was one bar and a notification from my own tracking app. Route updated, signal synced. The app reopened by itself. The new blue dot wasn't behind me anymore. It was ahead. And the coordinates were no longer labeled as GPS device. They were labeled Cody_Blair/primary. I stood there in the trees, heart hammering, the silence pressing down like weight. My reflection, the one on the screen, had taken my name. And it was moving straight toward me. I froze on the slope, barely breathing. The little blue dot on the screen moved again, 10 feet closer, then 20. My own name blinked beside it like a beacon. Cody_Blair/primary. Underneath, in smaller text, the word synced. I don't know why, but I whispered out loud, that's not me. The forest didn't care. My voice came back in a thin echo that didn't sound quite right, like it bent around the trees. Every instinct told me to move, so I did. I shoved the phone into my pocket, adjusted my pack, and started hiking downhill fast, toward where I knew the service road ran along the creek. The terrain got rougher, roots slick with old rain, loose rock under the soil. A branch caught my sleeve and tore it open, the sound sharp and too close in the quiet. I checked the GPS again after maybe 10 minutes. The distance was still shrinking. 0.31 miles. Then 0.28. Then 0.25. I stopped checking. Whatever was following wasn't losing ground. At some point I found the road, or what was left of it. More like two parallel ruts half buried under pine needles. My legs were shaking. I told myself if I just made it down to Warner Creek, I'd have open terrain, easier visibility. Then my phone buzzed again. It wasn't a message, it was the beacon app opening on its own. The same beep I'd heard earlier sounded once, and a gray box appeared. Live feed available. Accept connection? I stared at it, thumb hovering. The word accept glowed blue. I didn't touch it. The app did it for me. The screen flashed white, then a live video feed appeared, grainy and full of static, but the image was clear enough. It was showing me, standing on the trail. The camera was maybe 50 feet behind me, pointed straight at my back. I spun around so fast my vision blurred. Nothing. No one. Just the empty road curving into trees. I turned back to the screen, now the video had changed angles, like the camera had moved ahead of me. I was staring at my own face. The image wavered, pixelating, then refocused. My mouth was slightly open, eyes wide, like I just realized I was being watched. I felt sick. My skin went cold, sweat sticking under the straps of my pack. I pressed the power button, but the phone didn't shut off. The volume buttons didn't work either. I yanked the battery pack out of my bag, unplugged everything. The screen stayed on, glowing faintly through the static. The voice came next. Not from the phone, from my satellite beacon. It crackled once, then a man's voice filtered through, thin and metallic, like coming from a walkie. Cody. Stop. It was my voice. Turn around, it said. You're going the wrong way. I dropped the beacon. It clattered on rock, still hissing faintly. I ran. The road sloped down through the valley, the air colder now. I don't remember how long I ran, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 20. Every time I glanced back, the trees seemed closer, darker, like they were moving in around me. When the slope leveled out, I reached the creek. The water was shallow and fast, cutting through bright red rock. I dropped to my knees, splashed my face, tried to breathe. For a second it almost felt normal. The cold grounded me. Then I noticed something upstream. A figure was standing in the water. At first I thought it was just a stump or boulder, but it moved slowly, deliberately. It was wearing a pack. The same make as mine. Its jacket was the same shade of orange. The sun caught the metal clip of a shoulder beacon. I stood up and shouted, "Hey!" My voice echoed once, then the figure turned its head. Even from 50 yards away, I knew what I was looking at. It was me. The same height, same posture, same dirt smear across the pant leg from when I slipped earlier. The figure didn't speak. It just watched me, its face unreadable under the brim of its cap. Then it reached to its shoulder, pressed something, and I heard the faint double beep of a GPS sync tone echoing across the water. I backed up. My boot hit a rock and I almost fell. When I looked again, the figure was gone. I bolted for the trees, pushing through undergrowth until my lungs burned. I didn't care about the trail anymore. I just needed to get distance, any distance, between me and whatever that was. Eventually I stumbled into another clearing, a campsite, long abandoned. Fire ring half collapsed, a single log blackened from rain. I crouched there, trying to steady my breathing. That's when I heard footsteps. Not mine. Not animal. Human, slow, careful, maybe 30 feet away. Each one punctuated by the faint scrape of gravel. They circled, deliberate, testing the distance. I gripped my trekking pole like a weapon and waited. The footsteps stopped. Then, from somewhere behind me, my voice whispered, "You're out of signal range, Cody." I swung around, nothing there. Just air and trees. I ran again. Branches whipped my face, thorns tore my hands. At one point I tripped over a root and landed hard, scraping my knee. My phone fell out of my pocket, screen lighting up in the dirt. I picked it up without thinking. The feed was still active. But now it showed something different. It wasn't me anymore, it was the empty campsite, filmed from the same angle I'd just been standing in. In the corner of the frame, a shape moved into view, a human silhouette kneeling by the fire ring. Then the feed zoomed closer on its own. The camera adjusted, pulling focus on the figure's hands. They were holding my GPS, my beacon, my trekking pole. I touched my pocket, empty. When I looked back down, the figure on screen tilted its head, like it was listening. Then, slowly, it turned to face the camera fully. The face that stared back wasn't quite mine. It was wrong, like a mirror warped by heat, features stretched just slightly off-center, mouth hanging open in a fixed half-smile. Its eyes didn't blink. The last thing I saw before the screen went black was that version of me stepping out of frame, the faint sound of running water rising in the background. I could still hear it now, the creek again, closer this time. And underneath it, the soft, steady beep of a device trying to reconnect. I don't remember how long I sat there, listening. The creek's rush mingled with that electronic beep, pause, beep, coming from somewhere in the trees. Each pulse synced with my heartbeat until I couldn't tell which was mine. I forced myself to stand. My left knee throbbed from the fall, but I couldn't stay put. I needed elevation, a view of a ridgeline, anything to reorient. The phone was still dead black, screen faintly warm, as if it had been left on even though it wasn't. I stuffed it deep into my pocket and started up the nearest slope, using one trekking pole, my remaining one, to steady myself. Halfway up, I spotted a faint trail, probably an old game path. I followed it until the trees thinned and I could see across the valley. The peaks were veiled in thin, moving cloud, the kind that shifts fast but leaves the air dry. It was just past 3 p.m., but the light had that strange dullness, as though the day had jumped ahead an hour. From the ridge, I looked back toward the basin where I'd seen myself. It was empty. No sign of movement. For a moment, I felt stupid. Maybe I'd panicked and imagined more than I saw. But then my shoulder beacon chirped again, one short tone, then silence. I unclipped it. The green light blinked once, then turned red. The display scrolled a message I didn't recognize. Link acquired. Device active. Under that, a set of coordinates appeared different from my last known position. I checked my wrist altimeter, compared the two. The coordinates were half a mile northeast. The exact direction of the creek. A few seconds later, another message scrolled. Sync complete. Ready. I don't know why I said it, maybe to test my own voice against the sound I'd heard earlier, but I whispered, ready for what? The beacon beeped once, and the red light turned steady. The next moment, I heard my own voice again, faint but clear, coming from somewhere below the ridge. Cody, you're still behind. I stopped breathing. My first instinct was to yell back, but something told me not to. It wasn't just hearing my voice. It was how it sounded. Wrong rhythm, too calm, each word spaced perfectly apart. Like playback, not speech. The clouds thickened. I started moving uphill, fast, through scrub pine and scree. Each step felt heavier, like the ground tilted against me. Every few seconds, that same voice drifted through the wind, always behind, always saying the same thing. Cody, you're still behind. After maybe 20 minutes of climbing, I reached a small plateau, a flat shelf of granite and low brush. I dropped my pack, shaking, hands numb despite the heat. I needed to rest, just for a second. When I looked up, there was a figure standing 50 yards away. Not on the trail. Not moving. Just standing at the far edge of the shelf, half in sunlight. It was me again. Same jacket, same hat, same everything. The figure didn't move, didn't even sway with the breeze. Then, slowly, it raised its hand. The exact same way I'd done earlier when I adjusted my pack strap. That was enough. I turned and ran the other way. The ground dropped fast, rocks tumbling under my boots. I didn't care. I just kept moving until I hit another section of forest. There, the light dimmed suddenly. The shift was instant, like stepping from day into dusk. I stopped. The woods were dead quiet. Even the wind was gone. Somewhere behind me, the beacon beeped again. I yanked it off my strap and hurled it into the trees. The sound stopped for maybe 5 seconds before it started again, fainter, but constant, like it had landed upright and was still transmitting. I kept walking, no longer sure which direction led out. Every clearing looked the same. I tried to use the sun as reference, but it was gone, swallowed by a low haze that made the sky uniform gray. At some point, I came across a sign, half rotted, wood nailed to a post. The letters were almost gone, but I could make out part of it, Trail Junction, Burrow Loop. Relief hit me like oxygen. I knew that junction. I'd passed it on my way up. If I followed it west, I'd circle back toward the parking lot. I started down that trail, pushing myself to keep a steady pace. My watch said 4:07. If I kept moving, I could still make it out before sunset. 10 minutes in, I saw something on the trail ahead, something lying right in the middle of the path. My GPS unit. I stopped, chest tightening. I hadn't even realized it was gone, but there it was, sitting upright on a patch of dirt, screen faintly glowing. The map was open. My blue tracking line was still visible, but it split now, two lines diverging and looping, crossing each other like veins. One of them ended right where I stood. The other continued forward, deeper into the trail. Then the display flickered and zoomed in automatically. A name tag appeared on each path. Cody_Blair/original. Cody_Blair/primary. And both signals were moving. I picked up the GPS. The plastic was warm, almost hot. As soon as my hand touched it, the screen went blank. When it came back, it displayed a single line of text. Return to sync point. I dropped it again and stepped back. That's when I heard someone walking behind me. Not running, not rushing, just walking. The steady rhythm of boots on gravel. I turned around slowly. Through the trees, maybe 40 feet back, I saw a silhouette. My silhouette. Same pack, same height, same stride. But its head was tilted slightly, as if its neck couldn't fully straighten. It stopped when I did. I whispered, "What do you want?" No answer. Just the faint mechanical chirp from its shoulder beacon, flashing red in the dim light. Then it raised its hand, the same motion again. But this time it was holding something. My phone. It brought the screen up to its face. Even from that distance, I could see the blue glow reflecting off its features that flickered, distorted, shifting in and out of my own. Then, in perfect sync with my heartbeat, the voice came again, close enough now to feel the vibration in the air. "You're still behind, Cody." And this time, it smiled. I didn't run right away. I should have, but I couldn't. The thing wearing my face just stood there, smiling, the corners of its mouth twitching in unnatural half motions, like it was learning the shape of an expression instead of making one. Its eyes were open too wide. The air between us felt dense, like sound couldn't quite pass through it. Then it started walking. Each step perfectly matched mine from earlier, same rhythm, same pace, even the same slight limp on my left leg from when I'd fallen near the creek. It wasn't chasing me, it was replaying me. That broke whatever freeze held me still. I turned and bolted down the trail, pushing my body past what it wanted. The forest blurred. The air burned in my throat. Every few seconds I hear the echo of my own boots hitting rock just behind me, steady and calm while mine scuffed and stumbled. The trail bent west, and I caught a glimpse of something through the trees, the shimmer of open sky. The ridge road. I was close. I dug harder, lungs tearing, until the last line of trees fell away and I hit the clearing where I'd started that morning. The parking area lay empty, my car a tiny dark shape at the far edge. Relief hit so sharp it almost hurt. I didn't look back. I just ran straight for the car, fumbled the key, and threw myself inside. The instant the door slammed shut, silence rushed in. For a second, it was over. Then my phone vibrated in my pocket. I'd forgotten it was even there, thought I'd dropped it again hours ago. The screen flickered once, then unlocked on its own. A map opened, my hiking app. Both routes were still visible, winding like mirrored veins across the terrain. The marker labeled Cody_Blair/primary was no longer moving. It sat just a few hundred feet behind the trailhead. And then, slowly, it began approaching the road. I turned the key. The engine coughed, once, twice, then died. The second time I tried, it didn't even click. The phone chimed again. A message popped up at the top of the screen. Sync complete. A chill ran down my spine so fast it almost took my breath. The air inside the car felt colder than outside, like a draft had seeped in through the vents. The windows began to fog from the inside, except for one, the back window. Someone was standing there. Just outside the trunk, close enough that I could see their outline through the glass. It tilted its head the same way I do when I check GPS. My hand went automatically for the door handle, but I couldn't bring myself to pull it. The figure moved closer. A faint tap sounded against the rear glass, deliberate and slow. Tap, pause, tap. Then a faint light blinked on its shoulder, red, steady, rhythmic. My beacon. I whispered, "No." The phone vibrated again. The map vanished, replaced by the live camera feed. My own face filled the screen, looking straight into the lens from the other side of the glass. The copy lifted a hand and set it against the back window, fingers spread. I didn't think. I just slammed the car into neutral, jumped out, and started running down the fire road. My pack was still in the back seat. I didn't care. I just needed distance. The sun was already low, shadows stretching across the gravel like long, black water. I ran until my legs gave out, until the forest closed in again. Somewhere behind me, I could still hear the faint mechanical chirp of a beacon trying to sink. Eventually, when full dark settled, I stopped. I found a down log beside the road and collapsed behind it, chest heaving. I tried to make sense of anything. Maybe I'd been out longer than I thought. Maybe I was dehydrated, hallucinating, still up in the ridgeline. But when I looked at my watch, the time still said 6:43 p.m., the same minute it had said when I left the car. No time was passing. I tried to turn off the watch. It stayed lit. The seconds hand trembled, then froze. The forest made a sound, then a low hum, like distant static coming through the trees. It grew louder until I realized it wasn't just noise. It was a chorus of overlapping voices, each one whispering fragments of my own speech. 7.6 miles. Signal lost. Halfway through the loop. All of them things I'd said earlier. Words spoken back, rearranged, playing on a loop. I pressed my hands to my ears and screamed, but it didn't stop. When the noise finally faded, I looked up and saw movement on the road. A line of faint lights was coming toward me, weaving through the trees. Red, blue, green. Tiny blinks like GPS trackers. I thought for a second it was search and rescue, maybe a team out looking for me. But as the lights drew closer, I saw what they were attached to. Dozens of figures, walking in perfect unison. Each one carrying a faint glow at the shoulder. Each one shaped like me. They moved without sound, except for the synchronized beeping of their devices, blending into a steady pulse that made the air vibrate. I stumbled backward, fell into the ditch beside the road, crawling into brush thick enough to hide me. My heartbeat was so loud I thought it would give me away. The figure stopped a few feet from the log where I'd been sitting. The nearest one turned its head toward me, slowly, almost gently, and smiled. Then, in one voice, they all spoke together, flat and identical. Signal restored. The lights blinked once, twice, then all at once went dark. When I opened my eyes again, because I must have blacked out, the forest was quiet. Morning light slanted through the trees. The road was empty. My phone lay beside me, face down in the dirt. When I picked it up, it turned on immediately. The screen showed my route from yesterday, a perfect loop. No split lines, no duplicate feeds. The last timestamp read 7:04 p.m., right where the trail rejoined the road. The GPS record ended there. I made it back to my car. It started on the first try. My pack was still inside, untouched. For a few seconds, I thought maybe the whole thing had been a breakdown, some exhaustion-induced nightmare. Then I saw my phone's gallery. There was one new video file. No title, no timestamp. I hit play. The footage showed me sitting behind the log, asleep. The camera angle was steady, like set on a tripod, but I hadn't brought one. A minute in, the camera shifted. Something moved behind me, a figure stepping into frame, crouching down. My face. It leaned close to the camera and whispered, signal held. Then it smiled again, teeth too many, too white. The video cut to black, leaving just a faint sound of water running somewhere off screen. I deleted it. Or I thought I did. But each time I power the phone back on, it's there again, file restored, playing automatically, always ending the same way. Right before the screen goes dark, a message flashes for a single second. Cody_Blair/primary active. And somewhere near the creek, a beacon still blinks red in the dark. My name is Julia Byrne, and I volunteer for the Chugach National Forest Trail Maintenance Program outside Anchorage, Alaska. I've been part of the program for 3 summers now, mostly weekend work clearing fallen trees, repainting markers, checking the conditions of bridges and campsites. It's quiet, grounding work, the kind that makes you feel useful without needing to talk much. That morning, a soft layer of fog hung low between the spruces as I parked my old Subaru at the base of the Ridgeback Loop. It was one of the less traveled circuits, about 8 miles round trip, looping through a valley that stayed damp even in mid-July. The forest there had a heavy, saturated quietness, moss growing thick as carpet, the air smelling of cold soil and alder bark. The trailhead sign stood where it always did, right beside the gravel pullout. A tall wooden post with a carved board that read Ridgeback Loop Trailhead in green paint. I helped repaint those letters just last summer. I remember standing on tiptoe to finish the K. I locked my car, slung my pack over my shoulder, and set off with the same rhythm I always fall into on solo days, steady pace, eyes scanning the trail for erosion, broken planks, or down limbs. I made notes in my little field notebook as I went. Around noon, I reached the small footbridge at mile 4, the turnaround point for the day's maintenance route. The bridge was slick with algae but intact. I marked it for future cleaning and ate my lunch, a peanut butter sandwich and half a thermos of coffee, before turning back. It was uneventful in the kind of way that makes you lose track of time. A gray sky, no wind, just a shuffle of my boots and the soft tapping of rain on leaves. I stopped once to retie a flag marker that had slipped loose from a branch. Nothing felt strange then, at least not yet. But when I came back to where the forest began thinning out, the first sense that something was wrong came not from what I saw, but what I didn't see. The clearing by the parking area looked different. The gravel lot looked wider, maybe, or just emptier. My Subaru sat where I left it, but the familiar wooden trailhead sign, the one you could see from the road, was gone. Not broken, not fallen, just gone. At first, I thought maybe a work crew had come through and taken it down for repainting. That happens sometimes, though they usually leave a temporary stake or tape. But there was nothing. Only a raw patch of dirt where the post used to stand, smooth and clean like it had never been there. I stood there for a long moment, my boots sinking slightly into the wet ground. The air had cooled sharply, and I noticed how still everything was. Even the constant hum of insects had gone quiet. I walked in slow circles, searching for any sign of the removed post, splinters, a hole, tool marks, but the soil looked undisturbed. The gravel around it had been flattened evenly. The more I looked, the less sense it made. Then, something else struck me. The pullout itself, the parking area, didn't look like a maintained space anymore. No sign of tire tracks except my own. The slope of the ground looked steeper toward the road, almost as if erosion had reshaped it. I could have sworn there had been a small trash bin near the edge, one I emptied just last weekend. It wasn't there either. I told myself I must have parked at the wrong spot somehow. Maybe I'd taken a wrong turn off the forest road. But when I turned toward the highway, my stomach sank. The road itself didn't look right. It curved too sharply, cutting through the trees at a different angle than I remembered. Still, my car was there, my plates, my stickers, the dented bumper. It had to be the same place. I took a few steps down the gravel shoulder, scanning for the wooden trail map that usually stood across from the pullout. Nothing. No sign of any official marker, no wooden kiosk, no footprints in the mud but mine. I laughed out loud then, because what else can you do? "All right, Julia," I muttered, "maybe you just turned around." I decided to drive back to the ranger station. It was less than a half hour down the road, and ask if someone had moved the sign. But when I slid into the driver's seat and looked at the dashboard clock, I froze. It read 8:46 p.m. I blinked hard. That couldn't be right. I'd left the bridge around 2, maybe 2:30. Even moving slowly, it should have taken 3 hours back to the car, for tops. The sky was still dusky, but Alaska in midsummer stays light late. It didn't look like night yet. Still, the clock didn't lie. Somewhere, I'd lost 5 hours. The fog had thickened by now, swallowing the trees in a dull gray wall. When I turned the key, the engine coughed once before catching. I kept my eyes on the rearview mirror as I backed out. The woods behind me looked deeper somehow, the shadows stretching longer than they should have. I started down the gravel road, expecting to see the paved highway after a few minutes. But the road curved left when it should have gone straight. Then it dipped into a hollow I didn't recognize. The fog clung low, turning the world into a tunnel of dim headlights and dripping trees. I checked my GPS out of habit. It should have shown my position on the access road, but the screen stayed blank gray, no map, no coordinates. Just a blinking icon spinning slowly in place. That's when the radio crackled. The handheld one clipped to my vest, our volunteer issue, tuned to the district maintenance channel. Static hissed, then broke with a voice that made me jolt upright. Leah Byrne, copy? It was Ranger Halvorson, my district supervisor. I grabbed the mic immediately. Halvorson, I read you. I'm on Ridgeback Loop Road, returning from trail check. Something weird happened. The trailhead sign's gone. Do you know of anyone? Static swallowed my words. Then, faintly, Leah, where are you? I just told you, Ridgeback Loop. I think maybe the road shifted or... Another burst of noise. Then, softly, clearer this time. Julia, that trail's been closed for months. I stared at the radio, heart hammering. What? No, I was just on it. This morning. The sign was. Stay in your vehicle. The voice cut in, sharper now. Do not stop until you reach the highway. The channel went dead. I drove faster, hands slick on the steering wheel. The gravel kept narrowing until it was barely wider than my car, the forest pressing close on both sides. The fog swirled against the glass, catching the headlights like dust. I rounded a bend too sharply, and the tires skidded. My seatbelt jerked tight as the car fishtailed to a stop. When the engine steadied, I exhaled, shaking. I looked ahead, and there it was. The Ridgeback Loop trailhead sign, standing in the beam of my headlights. Not just standing, planted, clean, freshly painted. Right in the middle of the road. The letters gleamed green against the wet wood, but the post cast no shadow. And just below the words, carved faintly into the wood where there shouldn't have been space, was my own name. Julia Byrne. I froze, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles whitened. The headlights burned against the wooden sign, the paint gleaming slick under the fog. It shouldn't have been there, couldn't have been there. I'd left that post standing at the trailhead that morning. And yet, there it was, right in the middle of the road, with my own name etched beneath the trails. I got out of the car. I don't know why, maybe because staying inside felt worse. The moment my boots hit gravel, I could hear it again, that deep silence, the kind that presses against your ears until you imagine you can hear your own blood. Even the fog sounded heavy, like a living thing curling around my legs. The sign was solid. Real. The wood looked freshly cut, the post embedded deep in the ground like it had always been there. But there was something wrong about the name carved into it. It wasn't painted like the rest, it was gouged into the wood, uneven and shallow, as if done hurriedly by hand. I reached out without thinking and ran a finger along the letters. They were cold. Colder than the night air. That's when I noticed something else. On the dirt just below the sign, faint impressions led away from it, boot prints. Small, narrow, the same tread pattern as my own. They went straight into the trees on the left side of the road. My first thought was that maybe someone was messing with me, some ranger prank, or a case of vandalism gone weird. But my second thought, the one that came colder, was that those were my footprints. The fog thickened, rolling between the trees like slow smoke. I turned back toward the car, but my headlights flickered once, twice, then went out completely. The engine died too, leaving me in a pale, damp silence. I grabbed the handheld radio again. "Base, this is Byrne," I said, voice shaking. I'm about a quarter mile off Ridgeback Loop, and my vehicle stalled. The trailhead sign, it's back, it's in the middle of the road. Static. Then, faintly, that same voice. "Julia, don't touch it." I froze. "Halvorson?" The radio crackled once more. "It's not for you." Then the line went dead again. Something shifted in the fog to my right. Not loud, just a single soft step with gravel compressing under weight. My flashlight beam cut through the mist, landing on the trees. Nothing. But when I swung the light back toward the road, the sign was gone. I don't mean it had been moved, it was simply gone. The space where it had stood was just empty gravel. My car lights blinked back on by themselves. The engine roared once like someone had turned the key. Then the dashboard clock started flashing random numbers, cycling too fast to read. I ran back to the car, slammed the door, and threw it into drive. The tires spun on the wet rock, but I got traction enough to move forward. I didn't even check the mirror. I just pressed the pedal until the road leveled again. The forest blurred past, fog breaking against the hood like waves. Every few seconds, I caught glimpses of shapes between the trees, pale forms, like figures standing too still, too tall. But the moment I looked directly, they vanished. After a while, the gravel road narrowed into a trail, too narrow for a vehicle. But the car kept moving forward like the ground was stretching beneath it. I tried to brake, but the pedal felt locked. The steering wheel didn't turn. That's when I realized something impossible. I was no longer on the access road. I was driving on the trail. The headlights illuminated the same mossy trunks I'd passed hours earlier, the same uneven slope, the same faint blue flag I tied to a branch that morning. I wasn't driving home, I was going back in. I threw the gear shift into park, yanked the keys out, and jumped out of the car. The air hit me like a cold slap. The forest was darker now, moonless, colorless. Even the birds had gone silent. "Hello?" I called, half to myself, half hoping Halvorson's voice might come through again. "If someone's out there, this isn't funny." My flashlight beam hit something ahead of a wooden post. Another sign. I walked toward it, every step crunching too loud. This one was smaller, older, half rotted at the base. The letters were barely legible, but I could still read them. Ridgeback Loop Trailhead. Except the board was warped, the green paint faded to gray. Moss covered half the lettering. And below that, carved unevenly into the wood, was another name. Not mine this time. Margaret Byrne. My mother's name. I stumbled back. My mother died when I was 8, hiking accident in the Chukash Range. She'd gone missing on a short trail near Girdwood. They never found her body, just her pack and a single boot. For years, I avoided volunteering anywhere near those woods. But Ridgeback Loop was miles away, and the name had never triggered me before. Until now. I didn't move for a long time. Just stood there staring at the old wood, the fog pulling around my boots. I wanted to run, to scream, to wake up somewhere else, but instead I heard a faint sound, somewhere deeper in the trees. A woman's voice. Calling softly. "Julia." It came from far ahead on the trail, a tone that almost sounded like relief, like someone finding you after being lost. My throat tightened. Every instinct screamed to get back in the car, to drive until I hit town. But there was something about that voice, familiar, broken, and gentle, that rooted me in place. "Mom?" I whispered before I could stop myself. The voice came again, closer now. "Julia." I lifted my flashlight. The beam shook over the ferns, catching something pale between the trunks. A figure. Woman-shaped. She stood just far enough that I couldn't see her face. But her outline was familiar, the same height, same slope of shoulders I remembered from old photographs. She didn't move. Didn't breathe. Just waited. I took a step forward. Then another. As I reached the edge of the clearing, the air seemed to hum. My ears popped like the pressure was changing. The fog pulsed once, and the woman tilted her head slightly, as though listening for me. "Where did you go?" she asked. Her voice cracked on the last word. I wanted to answer, but my throat locked. Instead, I pointed my flashlight at her face. And what I saw wasn't a face at all. It was mine. The same jawline, same freckles, same hair matted damp to the sides. My own face staring back at me from 30 feet away, expression empty, eyes black. The flashlight flickered. The air snapped like static. And when the beam steadied again, she was gone. Only the sound of water dripping from the trees remained. For a long time I didn't move. The forest seemed to breathe around me, slow and rhythmic, like the air itself had lungs. My pulse filled my ears until it was all I could hear. I turned in a slow circle, half expecting me to be standing right behind me. But there was only fog. When I finally forced myself to move, my legs felt detached, mechanical. I stumbled back toward where I'd left the car, keeping my flashlight aimed low so I wouldn't have to see faces in the mist. Each step felt like wading through invisible resistance, the way dreams slow you down when you try to run. The road wasn't there anymore. Just more trees, dense, gnarled trunks packed so tightly I couldn't see more than 10 feet ahead. I must have walked in a circle somehow. But no, the ground was wrong too. Spongy, uneven. My boots sank into a mat of moss that hadn't been there before. I checked my compass. The needle spun slowly, like it was thinking about which way north should be and couldn't decide. My GPS still blinked gray. Something moved to my right, a quick shadow, gone before I could turn the beam. "Who's there?" I yelled, voice trembling. No answer. Then, softly, from somewhere behind me, "Julia." I swung the flashlight around. Empty space. The voice wasn't exactly my mother's anymore. It was flatter now, too calm. I told myself it had to be an echo, sound carrying weird in the fog, but that didn't explain how it kept changing direction, always just out of reach. I started walking faster. The air grew thicker, colder. My breath came out in white plumes now. Somewhere nearby, water trickled, steady, rhythmic, like a stream. I followed it, hoping it would lead back toward the access road. Instead, it led me to a clearing. At its center stood another signpost. This one leaned slightly, half buried in the mud. The lettering was older still, but was swollen and cracked from decades of weather. I could barely read it under the film of algae. Ridgeback Loop Trailhead. And beneath it, carved faintly, another name. Elena Byrne. My grandmother's. A sound caught in my throat, halfway between a sob and a laugh. I didn't even know she'd ever been here. She died long before I was born, also on a hiking trip, also lost in the backcountry. I'd grown up hearing whispers that it ran in the family, this strange magnetism for the woods. I'd laughed it off. But the three signs now formed a pattern. Margaret Byrne, Elena Byrne, Julia Byrne. 3 generations, same trail, same disappearance. A flicker of movement drew my eyes to the edge of the clearing. The fog pulsed, and I saw them, 2 silhouettes standing side by side among the trees. Both women, both still. One shorter, with her hair tied back. The other taller, her outline blurred like she was underwater. I raised my light, but they didn't react. They weren't solid, exactly. The beam passed through parts of them like light through smoke. I took a step closer, and both turned their heads in perfect unison toward me. My knees almost buckled. They were smiling. Not cruelly, not kindly. Just smiling, like people waiting for something inevitable. "Julia," one said. The other echoed it a second later, their voices overlapping into a soft hum. I ran. Branches clawed at my sleeves as I forced my way through the undergrowth. I didn't care about direction anymore, just movement. I tripped over roots, hit the ground, scrambled back up. My flashlight slipped from my hand and went dark. The forest swallowed everything but my ragged breathing. When I stopped to catch it, I realized the forest had changed again. The trees around me weren't spruce anymore. They were older, their trunks wider than I could wrap my arms around, bark ridged like stone. The moss underfoot glowed faintly in the dark, pale blue. And there was no sound. Not even my breathing echoed. The silence was absolute, oppressive. Then, faintly, from the distance came the sound of boots on gravel. A slow, even rhythm. 1, 2, pause. 1, 2, pause. I crouched low, heart hammering. The steps grew louder, approaching from the direction I'd just come. Through the fog, a beam of light flickered. For a second, relief washed over me. Someone else out here. A ranger, maybe, or another volunteer. But when the light drew closer, I saw who carried it. It was me. Not the figure from before. This version wore my same jacket, same mud street pants, same scuffed boots. Even the same flashlight clipped to her vest. Her face was pale, drained, her eyes wide and blank. She walked right past where I crouched without looking down, her beam cutting across the mist. Then she stopped, knelt, and pressed her hand against the ground as though feeling for warmth. After a moment, she whispered, "You shouldn't have come back." My stomach dropped. She lifted her head, and for the first time, her eyes found mine. They were pitch black. I bolted before she could stand. The trees blurred as I ran, branches whipping against my face. I didn't stop until a faint orange glow of something ahead caught my eye. A light. It shimmered faintly through the fog, a lantern, maybe, or campfire. I ran toward it, slipping on roots, gasping for breath. As I got closer, the light resolved into something more definite, a ranger station. Small, wooden, exactly like the one near the base of Ridgeback Loop. I burst through the door, choking out, "Help!" The room was empty. No chairs, no desk, no maps. Just dust and old cobwebs clinging to the corners. The light I'd seen was a lantern on the floor, still burning, though no one had touched it in years. My radio crackled again. "Julia," said a voice. I grabbed it like a lifeline. "Halvorsen." "Thank God, listen. I'm at some old station building. I think I'm lost. Something's wrong with the trail." Static hissed, then the voice returned, quieter now. "You're not lost." "What?" "You're where you were always going." I stared at the radio, pulse hammering. What does that mean? But all I got was a long, slow exhale on the other end, like someone sighing directly into the mic. Then a knock sounded behind me. 3 sharp raps on the door. I turned slowly. The lantern flame fluttered. Another knock. And a woman's voice, gentle, close, almost against the wood. "Julia, let's go home." I took a step back, clutching the radio so tightly the plastic cracked under my fingers. The doorknob turned. Just once, like a hand testing the lock. And though I hadn't moved, I realized something terrifying. I hadn't locked it. The doorknob turned a second time, slower now, deliberate. I stared at it, paralyzed, every instinct screaming not to move, not to make a sound. The metal clicked softly, then stopped. Silence pressed in again, thick and weighty. "Julia." The voice came through the door, steady, coaxing. "You don't have to be afraid." I took another step back until the backs of my knees hit the edge of a bench. My mind scrambled for logic. Maybe it was another ranger who'd followed me here. Maybe someone looking for shelter, but the way she said my name, soft and exact, like she'd been saying it all her life, tore that thought apart. I forced air through my throat. "Who are you?" No answer at first. Then, almost tenderly, "It's me." The doorknob stopped moving. The silence that followed was worse. My flashlight flickered and went dark again. Only the lantern glowed, its light dimming until the flame was barely a pulse. The walls of the old ranger cabin creaked around me, wood shifting like it was breathing too. I stepped forward and slammed the lock into place. The click was loud, final. Immediately, the knocking returned, harder this time. Not desperate, but rhythmic. 3 sharp knocks, a pause, then 3 again. Why I didn't answer, the voice changed. It dropped lower, flatter. "Julia, open the door." I clutched the radio again, flipping the switch on and off until it hissed. "Base, this is burned. I'm at an abandoned station on Ridgeback Loop. Someone's outside, please respond." Static. Then, faintly, the same phrase again. "Julia, open the door." but it wasn't coming from outside anymore. It was coming through the radio. I threw it across the room. It hit the wall and fell silent. My chest ached with panic as I backed toward the window. The glass was fogged over, but I could make out a pale shape moving outside, a woman's silhouette drifting past, her head tilted as if listening. I wanted to break the window and run, but my hands wouldn't obey. The air in the cabin grew colder until my breath came out in thin clouds. The lantern flickered once, then steadied, its flame bending toward the door like drawn by wind. A sound rose from the forest beyond, a low hum, hundreds of voices whispering all at once. The ground trembled under my boots. Dust sifted down from the rafters. Then everything went still. The doorknob turned one last time, and the door swung inward on its own. Fog poured in, curling along the floor like smoke. And standing in the threshold was her. The same figure I'd seen in the woods, my mirror image, eyes black and hollow, face expressionless. Behind her, I saw two more shapes emerge from the mist, older women, both faintly luminous. Margaret. Elena. All three stood in silence, the air between us vibrating with that same low hum. I wanted to speak, but my voice came out as a croak. What do you want from me? The one that looked like me tilted her head, just slightly. To finish what you started. I didn't start anything. She took a step forward. The other two followed, their feet not touching the ground. Every path circles back. Every name must be carved. I backed against the far wall, fumbling for anything to use as a weapon. My hand found the lantern. I held it up, shaking. Stay back. The copy of me stopped. Her expression softened, almost pitying. You don't have to fight. You were already chosen. The trail remembers its keepers. Behind her, the fog thickened, and I realized what I was seeing wasn't mist at all, it was faces. Dozens of them, half-formed, rippling through the haze like reflections in water. Men, women, rangers, hikers. All pale. All silent. The sound in my ears grew louder until it was a roar, like the wind tearing through pines. I dropped the lantern. The glass shattered, spilling flame across the floorboards. The figures didn't move. The fire spread quickly, licking up the walls, catching on the dry wood. Smoke filled the cabin, turning the air to ash. For the first time, the three women stepped back, not in fear, but in unison, almost ceremonial. The one with my face looked at me through the rising smoke and whispered, "We'll keep your name." Then they were gone. I coughed, eyes burning, stumbled toward the window and smashed it open with my elbow. The night air rushed in, cold and biting. I crawled through the frame and dropped into the mud outside. Behind me, the cabin burned bright against the fog, orange flame dissolving into white smoke. But as I backed away, I saw something impossible. The fire didn't light the trees around it. The glow just stopped, swallowed by the fog. The forest beyond stayed dark. I turned and ran. I don't know how long. The woods twisted on themselves. Every direction felt wrong. My lungs burned, my legs shook, but I kept going until I saw light again, not fire this time, but a pair of headlights. My car. It sat exactly where I'd left it that morning, clean, dry, unmarred by the night. The trailhead sign stood beside it, freshly painted, perfect. No name carved beneath. The clock on my dashboard read 6:11 a.m. Sunlight was starting to bleed through the trees. I turned the key. The engine started on the first try. No fog, no voices. Just birdsong and a pale Alaskan dawn. I drove straight back to the ranger station in silence. When I arrived, Halvorsen was already outside, coffee in hand, staring at me like I'd crawled out of a grave. "Bern," he said slowly, "where the hell did you go? We've been looking for you since yesterday morning." I opened my mouth, but no words came. I glanced at the clock on the wall behind him. It said 9 a.m., July 16th. I'd left the station July 12th. 4 days gone. They found no burned structure where I said the cabin stood. The GPS coordinates I'd recorded didn't exist on any of the district maps. Ridgeback Loop has since been sealed off completely. No access, No signage, nothing left but trees. Still, sometimes I drive past the old access road. And on certain foggy mornings, when the light hits just right, I swear I can see a shape between the trees, a faint green signpost. And once, last week, when I parked too long, I saw something carved faintly into the wood through the mist. Not Ridgeback Loop Trailhead. Just 2 words. Julia Byrne. My name is Matt Harlan, and I am a solo desert hiker who has spent the last 6 years trekking through lonely stretches of Arizona where most people wouldn't last a day without panicking. I know how to read the land, I know how to read the wind, and I know when something is just the desert playing its usual tricks. What happened at Lone Tree Crossing wasn't one of those tricks. I want to make that absolutely clear before I start. The desert does many things, but it does not grow trees overnight. And it sure as hell doesn't move them. I've been hiking south from the edge of the Kofo wilderness since dawn, the kind of pale, washed-out morning where the horizon blurs so much you can't tell where the sky ends and the land begins. The heat was building early, already tightening around my ribs like a belt. I'd planned a short loop that would get me back to my truck by tomorrow afternoon, but by late midday I'd burned through more of my water than I liked. My legs felt heavy, thoughts sticking to the inside of my skull like dust. So when I saw that single lone mesquite tree rising out of the dead flat basin, the only blot of shade on this side of the county, I headed straight for it. I'd marked the spot on older maps before. People called it Lone Tree Crossing because that bit of land used to be part of a cattle route. Not much was there anymore. No fences, no troughs, no signs of life except that one stubborn tree. Some hikers said the area felt odd, like a dead zone. A few old ranchers claimed compasses spun weird if you slept too close to it. I chalked most of it up to the usual campfire story exaggeration, but by the time I reached the tree, I wasn't thinking about legends. I just wanted shade. The moment I stepped beneath the branches, the temperature dipped at least 15 degrees. Real relief, not just placebo. The air felt different too. Still, tighter. As if the tree exhaled around me. I remember brushing my hand over the trunk. It was rough and warm under the bark, like bone hidden beneath roasted skin. There was a cart shape near the base, a crude X slashed into the wood. A warning? A marker? Hard to tell. Someone had done it recently though. The cots were too clean. I pitched my tent right beside the trunk so the shade would hold through whatever was left of the afternoon. My plan was simple. Rest, eat, wait out the worst heat, then hike a little farther when the sun dipped lower. But exhaustion tugged at me like a tide. After a few minutes inside the tent, dust still clinging to my lashes, I drifted into that swampy half-sleep you get after miles of sun. I remember the sound that woke me. Not the wind, not the creak of nylon, not my canteen rolling. It was something sharper. A dry crack, like a branch snapping under a heavy weight. I sat up fast, heart punching my ribs, but everything outside the tent was still. No movement. No shadow. Just the quiet, thick and unnatural. I stepped out, squinting at the endless flat. The sun had dipped slightly, taking on that late-day amber glow, but nothing looked out of place. The lone tree stood exactly as it had before, branches twisted like ribs, leaves trembling in the still air. I stretched, shook off the nerves, reminded myself that weird noises out here were normal. Heat makes things warp and shift. Even your mind. I decided to rest another hour and crawl back into the tent. I meant to stay awake. I didn't. By the time I opened my eyes again, the sky had turned copper. The sun sat heavy on the horizon like it was sinking into syrup. My first thought was that I'd overslept. My second thought was that the shadow outside the tent seemed long wider, stretched out, too many branches blotting the fabric. I crawled out, expecting the usual single dark silhouette of the tree next to me. Instead, there were 3 silhouettes. I froze so hard my breath locked in my throat. At first I thought I was hallucinating heat stroke, dehydration, the classic desert killers. My vision wavered a little, but the 3 dark outlines didn't go away. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, looked again. 3 trees. 3 mesquites standing in a row where only one had been. The original was still in the center, unmistakable because of the carved X. But now 2 others flanked it. Same height, same shape, same twisted branch pattern, same impossible presence in a place where nothing should grow. I didn't hear them arrive. I didn't feel the ground shift. There were no footprints, tire marks, drag marks, nothing to explain how 2 fully grown desert trees had appeared in less than an hour. I circled one slowly, my boots crunching on the crusted dirt. The bark on the new tree was cold. Not just cooler than the center one, cold as stone. Something about that felt deeply, deeply wrong. The desert doesn't make cold things. Not at sunset. Not after a full day of heat. I pressed my palm against it. The chill ran up my arm and into my spine like someone had poured ice water into my veins. I backed away quick. When I returned to my tent, the temperature around the camp felt different. The air between the 3 trees was thick, almost syrupy, like I was breathing inside a greenhouse made of sand. My ears rang, pressure building behind them. I swallowed hard, thinking maybe my altitude was messing with me, but the sensation only intensified the closer I moved toward the central tree. That was when I noticed something else, the shadows. They weren't behaving right. The sun was low, nearly touching the edge of the world, but the shadows of the 3 trees didn't stretch the way they were supposed to. Instead of long, clean silhouettes trailing east, the shadows tangled together directly beneath the trunks, swirling slightly, like ink mixing in water. I took a step back. Then another. The desert around me had fallen unnaturally silent. No insects. No breeze. Even the distant hum of heat had evaporated. My own breathing sounded too loud. Too sharp. I told myself to pack up. Get out while I still had daylight. I hiked out of worse situations. I could make a few miles before dark, maybe more if I really pushed. The desert changes fast when the sun goes down, and I wasn't about to stick around and find out what 3 trees might do after nightfall. But the moment I turned to lift my pack, something shifted behind me, not a sound, not movement, but a presence. Like someone stepping just close enough that your instincts scream before you consciously register why. I forced myself to look back. The central tree, the one with the carved X, seemed closer. As if it had leaned forward. Or taken a step. My lungs stalled. The branches above me shivered without wind. And then, from somewhere between those trunks, something whispered my name. Not carried on the air. Not imagined. Not misheard. It whispered from inside the trees. Inside them. Mapped. My blood turned electric. The desert never speaks. But that day, in the dying copper light, something behind those 3 impossible trees whispered again. Matt, don't leave. The last light slipped low, and the shadows beneath the trees began to move. The shadows beneath the 3 trees moved like something alive, pulling and folding into themselves in slow, deliberate waves. Not wind. Not tricks of the light. Something purposeful. Something aware. Every instinct in me screamed to run, but my legs stayed rooted, my muscles locked up as if the heat had turned to glue inside my joints. I'd survived flash floods, sudden cold snaps, dehydration, rattlers, and one very pissed off javelina. None of that fear compared to this quiet, impossible, suffocating wrongness creeping toward me across the dirt. My breath hitched when I heard it again. Matt, stay. The voice came from all 3 trees at once. Low. Craney. Almost human, but like the syllables were being dragged through bark and splinters before reaching me. I stumbled backward, forcing myself toward my pack. I didn't have time to zip it, didn't have time to fold anything, just yanked it up by the straps and slung it over my shoulder. The shadows twitched. I didn't wait to watch what they would do next. I turned and ran, feet slipping on loose sand, lungs burning with that metallic taste you get when adrenaline spikes too fast. Every time my boots hit the earth, deep thuds echoed behind me, slow, heavy, out of sync with my own steps. I refused to look back. Not yet. The sun had almost completely dipped, the desert cooling by the second, and I could feel the night swallowing light faster than it should. I must have made it 50 yards before I risked a glance over my shoulder. The trees were closer. Not a little. Not subtly. They were at least 20 yards nearer to me than they had been before. 3 dark silhouettes standing in a place I hadn't just run past. My stomach dropped so hard I nearly doubled over. They weren't just appearing. They weren't sprouting. They were moving. The central tree still had the carved X, unmistakable even in the dimming light. Its branches seemed to angle toward me like crooked arms reaching across the desert. I sprinted harder. The ground grew more uneven, scattered with tiny basalt stones that scraped at my boots. I tripped once, catching myself with a jolt that sent pain through my wrist. Behind me, the sound came again, 3 sharp cracks, like wood splitting under heavy strain. I didn't need to look to know they were even closer. The desert stretched around me in every direction, featureless and flat except for distant low ridges dissolving into dusk. My truck was miles away. I wasn't making it out before full dark. Not unless I could find a landmark, a rock outcropping, anything the damn trees couldn't follow. Then I spotted it, a narrow wash cutting across the basin, the edges steep enough that anything with roots should struggle to cross quickly. I angled toward it, lungs screaming as I pushed my legs to carry me faster. The temperature was falling sharply now, night dragging its claws across the land. Sweat chilled instantly on my skin. The shadows ahead lengthened unnaturally fast. The sky went from orange to bruised purple in a matter of seconds. As soon as I reached the wash, I slid down the shale, skidding hard and landing on my hip. Pain shot through me, but I scrambled to my feet and kept moving along the narrow channel, letting the wall shield me. The space felt safer, not safe, but safer, the way hiding behind a couch feels safer when something is pounding on your front door. I pressed myself against the cool stone, trying to steady my breathing, trying to listen past the rushing blood in my ears. Silence. Too much silence. Then, above me, something scraped along the rim of the wash. A wooden crack. A groaning sound. Like a trunk bending under its own weight. I looked up. One of the new trees was silhouetted at the edge of the wash, angled toward me like it was leaning over to sniff the air. But that wasn't what made my heart stop. Something moved in the branches. Something hanging. No, not hanging. Crowing. A long, thin-shaped dangle from the limb, a limb that hadn't been there before. It looked like rope at first. Then I realized it wasn't rope. It was a root. A pale, fibrous root that twitched as if searching for something. Searching for me. When it touched the dirt, the root stiffened, curling like a finger, gripping, then slowly extending down the wash wall. I backed away, nearly slipping again. Another crack sounded. I whipped my head to the left. The second tree leaned over the wash rim now. More roots descended. More searching. More reaching. The third tree moved into view, completing the trio, all 3 trunks angled inward like predators circling a trapped animal. And I was the animal. The wash suddenly felt like a cage. Their shadows stretched down the walls, tangling across the ground in front of me. One shadow curled, lifted, and stretched toward my boots. I bolted, running deeper into the wash. The ground sloped unevenly, but narrow walls kept me from veering off course. Roots scraped along the stone above me, dragging like skeletal limbs. Twice, a root lashed down and skimmed the air near my shoulder. I ducked, stumbled, kept running. The light behind me dimmed entirely now, not just from the setting sun but from branches arching overhead, blotting out the sky. I ran until the wash dipped lower, then opened slightly into a broader channel. The air grew colder, the sand beneath my boots turning damper, indicating I was approaching a seasonal runoff area. I slowed only when the sound behind me stopped. No more scraping roots, no more splitting wood, no more movement. Nothing. I leaned against the wash wall, chest heaving, sweat freezing on my skin. My pack felt like it weighed 100 pounds. I listened. The desert held its breath. No sound. No movement. No trees. No voice. For a moment, I believed I'd outrun them. Then I heard something drip. A single drop. Then another. Not water. Sap. You don't mistake that smell, sweet, metallic, wrong. It pattered onto my shoulder. I looked up. The carved X was right above me. The original tree had somehow reached the bottom of the wash, trunk towering directly over where I stood. Its bark split and flexed like breathing ribs. Roots coiled down the walls like muscles tightening. Branches shuddered. More sap dripped from the cut X, except it wasn't sap now. It was dark. Thick. Warm. I stumbled backward, slipping on damp sand. My foot hit something hard, not stone. Something smooth. Something round. When I looked down, I saw the dry, sun-bleached skull of some animal, half buried. Coyote maybe. Or maybe not. Something about the teeth looked wrong. Above me, the tree groaned. Mad, the voice rasped from inside the trunk, splitting through layers of wood. This time it didn't say stay. It said something else. Come back. The branches lowered. Roots flexed. The other two trees shifted along the wash rim, inching downward, blocking the last sliver of sky. There was nowhere left to run. Nowhere except deeper into the narrowing channel, toward darkness so complete it felt like stepping into another world entirely. And behind me, the three trees moved as one. My name is Sophie Reed, and I have been an independent backpacker for the past 11 years, specializing in single-day wilderness traverses across New England. I mention this only because I want you to understand that what happened in the White Mountain National Forest was not the result of inexperience, panic, or a wandering imagination. I knew the trails, the weather patterns, the sounds, and the strange little quirks of the woods. I knew what belonged out there. And nothing about what I saw that night, none of it belonged. This entire account occurred over the span of a single day, and though it still feels impossible to put into words, I will recount it as clearly as I can. It started just past 9 in the morning when I parked at the small, unmarked pull-off near Kettlebrook. The air had that early autumn crispness to it, chilly in the shadows, warm on the shoulders, and the woods smelled of wet leaves and pine sap. I had hiked the loop dozens of times. It wasn't even a difficult route, maybe 6 miles total, enough to clear my head after a long week. Nothing fancy. Nothing deserving of the way my hands now shake as I type this. I spent the early part of the hike moving along the ridge and listening to the soft chatter of chickadees. My boots were hitting familiar dirt, muscle memory doing most of the work, and the forest felt like it always had a quiet and that comforting, subtle way the northeast does when the wind threads between the branches. By noon, I'd eaten half my sandwich by a small brook and was planning to return to the trailhead by late afternoon. A short, simple outing. The first odd thing happened around 1 o'clock, and at the time, I brushed it off as nothing more than a trick of light. I was cutting across an old section of trail where the canopy narrows overhead, and the forest dims to something resembling late evening even though the sun is still high. While adjusting my pack strap, I noticed a faint glow deeper between the trees, maybe 30 yards to my right. A soft, warm flicker, like a lantern flame. I froze for a moment, squinting, but by the time my eyes adjusted, the glow vanished. I told myself it must have been sunlight catching a bit of fog or bouncing off something metallic. Maybe a hunter's reflector, though hunting season was weeks away. I shrugged it off. I really shouldn't have. The day unfolded normally after that. I continued the loop, reached the halfway point, circled back, and by 5 in the afternoon, I was already thinking about dinner. I remember checking my watch repeatedly as the light dimmed, the sun dipping low earlier than I expected behind the looming slopes. The temperature dropped quickly, as it always did up here, and I picked up my pace. By the time I reached the last mile, twilight had set in. A bluish-gray hush filled the woods. Crickets trilled. My breath fogged just slightly. The air felt moist and heavy, like the sky was thinking about rain but hadn't decided yet. I wasn't worried, just a little tired. The day had been long but uneventful. Completely normal. Then, Right around the moment my watch ticked over to midnight on the dot, even though I should have been nowhere near the woods at that hour, the lantern appeared again. I didn't understand it at first. I thought my watch had glitched, maybe I hit something or trained it. Midnight wasn't possible. I had started the hike in the morning, and even my slowest pace couldn't stretch 6 miles into 15 hours. I blinked at the glowing numbers, tapped the display, shook my wrist. Midnight. 12 o'clock exactly. The woods around me were pitch black. No twilight, no evening dimness, full, absolute night. Before panic fully sank its teeth in, the glow bloomed again between the trees. A lantern, suspended from something I could not see, swaying gently side to side as if carried by an unseen hand. Warm, orange light. Too warm, too steady to be a flashlight. Too shaped to be anything other than an old-style metal lantern, the kind with a wire handle and glass sides. It moved as if someone were walking, though everything else in the woods remained unnervingly still. I stood rooted in place. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around and get back on the trail, but here's the thing, I thought I was already on it. Except when I looked down, the dirt path beneath my boots had vanished. The ground was a mess of pine needles and uneven roots. No tread marks. No packed earth. No sign a trail had ever existed. My throat closed. I spun around slowly, searching for the familiar curve of the path, the white blaze marks on the trees. Nothing. Just dark trees in every direction. Trees I knew yet didn't recognize at all. I forced myself to breathe, pinched my arm, whispered to myself, reviewed the day in my head. This was impossible, but the cold weight of the night made it undeniable. Time had jumped, the trail had disappeared, and the only thing visible in the suffocating dark was that lantern. It swayed a little harder, as if whoever or whatever held it was shifting its grip. Then it drifted a few inches closer. Even though fear wrapped around me like a second skin, I stepped toward it. It wasn't bravery. I just felt a pull, a very faint and steady tug deep in my spine, like the air itself wanted me to follow. I took another step. Then another. The lantern retreated but kept its distance, hovering just far enough ahead that I couldn't make out the figure carrying it. The forest felt wrong. Too silent. No crickets, no wind. Even my own footsteps landed like muffled thuds, barely stirring the ground. The trees seemed to lean inward as if eavesdropping. After maybe a minute or an hour or a second, because time had stopped making sense, I realized something else was wrong with the lantern. Its sway was rhythmic, yes, but it didn't bob the way a lantern should if someone were walking. The arc was too smooth. Too perfect. It hung midair, moving like the pendulum of a clock. Always the same path. Left, right. Left, right. Left. It stopped. The light brightened just slightly, flaring warm gold across the bark of a nearby birch. And that was when I heard the first sound since the woods had gone silent. A whisper. Very faint. Very close. Sophie. My knees nearly buckled. I whipped around, expecting someone right behind me, but the forest was empty. My breath shook in my throat. Something brushed the back of my jacket, so light I could have imagined it, but I didn't think I had. I stared at the dark behind me until my eyes watered. When I turned back toward the lantern, it had moved even closer. Too close. Close enough that I could finally see the metal frame. Close enough to see the fingerprints smeared across the glass. Close enough to see that the light inside wasn't shaped like a flame at all. It looked like an eye. A single, pale, softly pulsing eye staring out at me from the lantern's glass interior. And it blinked. The eye inside the lantern blinked again, slower this time, as if waking up. The glass fogged faintly with each pulse of light, like something inside it was breathing. I stumbled backward, boots slipping on the soft bed of needles, every nerve in my body screaming to run even though I didn't know which direction would lead me anywhere but deeper into whatever this was. The lantern lifted higher, not by a hand or arm, just rising, weightless, as though the trees themselves were hoisting it upward. It hovered for a moment, inches above my eye level, swaying in that same controlled arc. The air grew colder with every swing, cold enough that I felt it bite the skin beneath my jacket, cold enough to see my breath plume out in quick, terrified bursts. Then the whisper came again, stronger, brushing the inside of my ear like a fingertip. "Sophie, follow." I clamped a hand over my mouth, as if the sound had come from inside my own throat. But it hadn't. It came from everywhere at once, rising from the ground, woven through the branches, breathed out between the trees. My legs trembled. The lantern drifted backward, deeper into the woods, exactly the way it had before, always just far enough away that I could not see anything holding it. I didn't want to follow. God, every rational part of me was shrieking that I needed to break away, to find the trail, to do anything but walk toward an impossible floating eye lantern in the middle of a forest that no longer existed as it should. But there was a pressure behind my ribs, low and insistent, an ache that tightened every time I stood still. It hurt when I didn't move, and it eased when I took a step forward. So I followed. I walked slowly through the dark, the lantern drifting ahead of me while the trees thickened into strange, unfamiliar shapes. They weren't the soft pines and maples I knew from this part of New Hampshire. Their trunks were too tall, too narrow, twisting slightly like they were trying to face me. Their bark was pale, almost smooth. My boots sank into soil that felt damp and spongy, even though it hadn't rained. I glanced at my watch again. Still midnight. Still 12 o'clock. Not a second had passed. "Where are you taking me?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The lantern froze mid-sway. The light inside flared bright enough to cast long shadows behind me, stretching like skeletal fingers across the forest floor. A voice, low, breathy, layered like multiple tones stacked on top of each other, spoke from nowhere and everywhere at once. "Home." I felt a rush of vertigo. My stomach flipped. The word didn't make sense. How could it? I had no connection to this place, whatever this place was. But deep inside, somewhere I didn't want to examine, a tiny ember of familiarity sparked. Something like déjà vu, something like memory. No, not memory. Expectation. My breathing quickened. I stepped backward, breaking whatever invisible thread had been pulling me along. The lantern jolted violently, as if startled, then swung toward me with a sudden, unnatural sharpness. The ground shook. Leaves rustled in a single synchronized shiver. Then the lantern shot toward me, fast enough that I barely had time to dive out of its path. I hit the ground hard, shoulder slamming into a root, pain flaring up my arm. The lantern streaked past my head with a low humming sound, stopping abruptly several feet behind me. When I rolled onto my back, gasping, I saw something that hollowed out my lungs entirely. The trees behind me had rearranged themselves. There was no path. No opening. No space to retreat into. Just a solid wall of pale, twisting trunks closing in piece by piece, slow but deliberate, like the forest was breathing me in. I scrambled to my feet, heart pounding in my throat. The lantern returned to its slow, pendulum sway. Back and forth. Back and forth. Waiting. "You can't go back," the whisper said. "Only forward." The pressure in my ribs tightened again, sharp enough that I doubled over for a moment. Every breath felt like icy needles sliding beneath my skin. My vision blurred. Even my heartbeat felt wrong, slightly off rhythm, like something was mimicking it a half second after each thud. I took a shaky step forward. The pain eased. The lantern drifted deeper into the trees. As I followed, the forest changed again, not suddenly, but gradually, like a dream that reshapes itself around you without you noticing right away. The air thickened, humid despite the cold. A faint smell of iron mingled with the wet earth. The ground sloped downward until I realized I was descending into a shallow hollow, encircled by trees leaning inward like an amphitheater. And at the center of it stood a cabin. Small, crooked, constructed from mismatched planks that looked older than any lumber mill in the region. Its windows were shattered. Its roof sagged. Moss crept halfway up its rotting walls. But the strangest thing was the door. It was wide open, swinging gently even though there was no wind at all. The lantern floated toward the entrance and finally stopped, hovering inches above the threshold. I froze at the tree line, one foot planted in the soft mud, my entire body shaking hard enough that it felt like my bones were trying to rattle their way out through my skin. "No," I whispered. "I'm not going in there." The lantern's light dimmed. The forest grew even quieter, impossibly quiet, like the air was holding its breath. Something shifted inside the cabin. Not a movement. A shape. Tall. Wrongly proportioned. Its outline flickered, as though the lantern light was passing through it rather than shining on it. Then it stepped closer to the doorway, and the darkness behind it peeled back like a curtain. I didn't see its face, thank God, but I saw its eyes, because they were identical to the one inside the lantern. Pale, slow pulsing, watching me with a familiarity that turned my stomach. The whisper came again, but this time it did not come from the forest. It came from that shape in the doorway. "You followed the lantern, Sophie. You came home." My legs nearly buckled. I shook my head hard. "I'm not yours," I gasped, barely able to speak. "I don't belong here." The figure tilted slightly, like someone examining a curious animal. The lantern drifted toward me again, slow and deliberate, the eye inside it blinking with an almost tender rhythm. "You were lost long before you stepped into our woods." The pressure in my chest surged with a pain so sharp and sudden that I cried out. I fell to my knees, clutching at my ribs. The ground pulsed beneath me, like a heartbeat matching my own. No, not mine. Theirs. The forest around me shuddered softly, as if waking up. The figure in the doorway stepped out into the lantern glow. And for the first time, I understood that this place didn't want to hurt me. It wanted to take me. The figure stepped fully into the lantern's glow, and the world tilted beneath me. Its body looked roughly human in outline, but that was where the resemblance ended. Its limbs were too long, its shoulders uneven, its neck angled just a few degrees farther than any spine should allow. The way it stood didn't feel like stillness, it felt like waiting, the same way the woods were waiting, the same way the lantern had waited for me to follow. My breath came in thin, ragged pulse. The pressure inside my ribs pulsed again, sinking with the soft glow in the creature's eyes. I felt sick as a wave of dizziness washed over me, each heartbeat echoing too loudly inside my chest, like something was pacing behind my bones. "No more running," the whisper said. Its voice reverberated through the clearing, a vibration I felt in my teeth. "Not tonight. I don't belong here," I managed again, though the words shook. "I'm not whatever you think I am." The figure angled its head, and the lantern drifted to its side, bobbing slightly as if acknowledging the movement. It raised one elongated arm and pointed to the rotten cabin behind it. Something scraped along the wooden floor inside, a slow, dragging sound that made my entire body lock up. "You have been here before," the voice whispered. "Not in your waking life. But your shadow knows these woods." I shook my head so hard my vision split at the edges. "I've never been near this place." The lanterns I blinked slowly, mournfully. The creature stepped closer. Every tree surrounding the clearing bent inward, their pale trunks groaning softly, like the entire forest was leaning closer to witness whatever happened next. "Memories are small things," the voice whispered. "They hide. They wait. They come home long before the rest of you does." Another pulse hit me, harder this time. I cried out, falling forward onto my hands. The mud beneath me was warm, too warm, as though something alive was moving beneath the surface, as if the forest floor was a skin stretched over something restless. I tried to push myself up, but my limbs trembled violently. The creature crouched so its face hovered just inches above mine, still featureless, still unknowable, except for those eyes. They stared directly into me, and for one horrifying moment, my vision white-outed. And then I saw something. Not the forest. Not the cabin. A memory that didn't belong to me. Dark woods. A swinging lantern. A figure walking ahead of me, but not me, wearing clothes I didn't recognize, with a gait that wasn't mine. The lantern guiding. The trees shifting. The same clearing. The same cabin. The creature stepping out to greet me, as if this meeting was routine. as if I had been here many times before. The vision snapped away with a soundless crack. I gasped, collapsing onto my side. My heart hammered like it was trying to force itself out of my chest. Tears blurred my sight. "This isn't real," I whispered, barely getting the words out. "This isn't real." The creature leaned closer until I felt the cold of it radiate into my bones. "Real is only where you stand," it whispered. "And you stand in our woods." The pressure inside my ribs deepened, not painful now, but warm, like a hand gently cupping my heart. I could feel it, sinking. My heartbeat slowing, stretching out, aligning with something deep below the earth. With something ancient. The lantern dimmed and brightened with the rhythm. Time was slipping again. My breath thinned. I pushed myself backward through the mud, scrambling blindly. My hand brushed something solid, rough, familiar. A stone. A trail marker stone. My heart jerked violently, out of sync again. The creature hissed, a low, guttural sound that rattled the air. "You cannot leave," it said. Not whispered, said. And the voice, now clear, was so wrong it made my ears ring. "You walked the lantern's path. You stepped out of your world." I looked at the stone beneath my palm. A faint white smear streaked its side. A trail blaze. The trail was here. Not gone. Not erased. Just buried under whatever the forest had turned into. I clawed at the earth, ripping away leaves and mud until the shape of the old trail marker emerged fully, half-rotted, half swallowed by roots, but recognizable. The creature's eyes pulsed faster, the lantern flaring angrily. The pressure in my chest sharpened into agony. I doubled over, screaming into the dirt. "Do not take what is not yours," the creature's voice thundered. But something inside me, some surviving spark of myself, knew it wasn't the forest's heart syncing with mine. It was mine resisting. With a raw, instinctual surge, I pushed off the ground and staggered to my feet, clutching my chest. The forest leaned forward, trees cracking, branches reaching down like skeletal limbs trying to catch me. The lantern hurled itself toward me, light streaking like a burning comet. I dove sideways, rolling across the mud. The lantern smashed into the ground where I'd stood, sinking slightly into the soft earth. The eye inside it flared wide, furious. The creature charged. I ran. Not toward any clear path, because there wasn't one, but toward the faintest memory of where the trail should have been. My boots slipped and skidded on the wet ground as branches grabbed at my jacket, ripping fabric. The forest groaned, trees shifting to cut me off. The air thickened until every breath felt like pulling syrup into my lungs. Behind me, the lantern's glow surged brighter. Then it screamed. The sound wasn't like anything alive. It was metal and wind and broken glass all twisting together. My ears rang. My vision blurred. But I didn't stop. I ran harder, forcing my feet to keep churning even as the forest warped around me, paths splitting and collapsing, shapes flickering at the edges of my sight. A pale trunk cracked open beside me like a rib splitting, and something reached out, brushing my shoulder. I screamed and lurched forward. And suddenly I felt dirt packed tight under my boots. Flattened. Stomped down. A trail. A real one. I didn't think. I just ran, following the faintest hint of blazes on tree trunks, ignoring the echoes behind me, ignoring the lantern's unearthly shriek. My lungs burned. My legs numbed. Branches whipped my face. I didn't care. The forest grew darker behind me. But ahead, I saw headlights. My car. My actual car. Parked exactly where I'd left it near Kettlebrook. I stumbled out of the tree line so abruptly that my knees buckled. I crashed into the gravel beside my car door, sobbing with relief. The woods behind me were silent. Utterly, impossibly silent. No lantern light. No creature. No shifting trees. Just the familiar outline of New Hampshire forest. I scrambled into the driver's seat, slammed the door shut, twisted the key, and peeled out of the pull-off, gravel spitting behind me. I didn't breathe normally until the trees thinned and the road straightened. When I finally reached the motel 20 minutes later, I collapsed on the bed fully clothed. I thought I was safe, until I checked my backpack. My watch still frozen at 12 o'clock. My map wet with mud that smelled like iron. And buried at the bottom of the bag, a lantern. Small. Old. Its glass smeared with fingerprints. And inside it, not an eye. A faint, pulsing light. Waiting. The moment I touched it, the whisper returned, soft as breath against my neck. You found the trail, Sophie. A pause. We will, too. My name is Owen Vale, and I serve as a backcountry ranger for the North Cascades District of Washington State. The loop trail I hiked that day is officially listed at 18.4 miles, moderately strenuous, gaining around 2,900 feet of elevation. I had completed it many times before, both for patrol and for training. None of those previous runs prepared me for what happened during this particular circuit, nor for the fact that the loop, despite being completed in a single continuous day, returned me to my own first footprints while they were still fresh, uncrushed, and impossibly undisturbed. The morning started in that easy, deceptively peaceful way remote trailheads often do. Mist hovering low. The forest exhaling the cold resin smell. My radio checking in with its usual crackle. I remember logging my start time, 6:14, and the gravel crunch beneath my boots sounded crisp enough to feel sharp in my ears. I wasn't expecting anything out of the ordinary. If anything, I was planning to use the loop as a break from the last week's SAR callouts. Nothing dramatic, thank God, but enough long nights of combing brush and creeks to leave my nerves humming. The first few miles of the loop wind through what locals call fir tunnels, high, narrow corridors shaped by tightly packed trees that lean inward like eaves. You can walk them for half an hour without seeing a single patch of sky. They're beautiful, but claustrophobic in a way that only becomes obvious after you've left and felt air again. That morning, I moved through them steadily, settling into my usual rhythm, 3 miles per hour, even pace, even breath. About an hour in, I passed a set of prints heading the same direction as me. They looked like standard hiking boot treads, deep in uniform, maybe a size 11. Nothing weird. Nothing worrying. But I remember pausing to look at them, because the edges were still crumbly. Fresh. Really fresh. As in, if someone had walked through here just 10 minutes earlier, this is exactly how the soil would look. I scanned ahead, expecting to catch sight of a hiker. The trail curved lightly to the right, then dipped, and the visibility there was usually at least 40 yards. Still, nothing. No movement. No sound but wind running through needles. I shrugged it off. Plenty of people start early. And people with decent lungs can maintain a speed that would keep them just out of sight. But after another mile, I came across the same prints again. Same size. Same pattern. Same slight angled stride. Only this time, the stride matched mine exactly. Exactly. Down to the spacing. I stopped long enough to pull out my phone and take a reference shot, even though cell service was non-existent out here, and compared the tread design to my own boots. Not the same. Not even close. My boots had a broken lug design. The prints had a solid waffle pattern. I kept moving, though. The forest gets into your head if you let it. And I know these woods well enough to recognize when I'm just spooking myself because I'm alone. But by mile 7, something subtle had shifted. I couldn't point to the exact moment, but the light felt wrong. I don't mean dim or bright, just misplaced. Like the direction of the shadows didn't line up cleanly with the angle of the sun. I'd walk under one canopy and the shadows would lean northwest. Under the next, northeast. The sun couldn't seem to agree with itself. I checked the time, 9:52. Still morning. Still fine. I ate a granola bar, drank water, and picked up the pace as the trail climbed toward a ridge that normally offered my favorite view. You can see a full spread of peaks from up there, sharp, jagged lines tearing through clouds. It always resets my brain a little. Except today, when I reached the ridge, there was no view at all. Just fog. Thick, motionless fog clinging across the entire horizon as though someone had painted a blank canvas over the mountains. I don't normally get uneasy in fog. I've hiked in full whiteouts. I've navigated by compass for miles when visibility was down to single digits. Fog is a challenge, not a threat. But this fog felt like it wasn't letting me see. As if the landscape I knew was still there, but I wasn't allowed to look at it. I radioed dispatch out of habit. Northline to base, checking in from Ridge Point 2. The radio hissed. Nothing responded. That was odd. The ridge always had at least partial reception. I try again. Base, this is Northline. Do you copy? Nothing. Just low static, rising and falling like breath. I turned off the radio because something about the static made my skin crawl. Not the sound itself, but the way it irregularly pulsed, like a heartbeat that couldn't decide which rhythm to keep. The loop descended after that, winding down toward a wide meadow before reconnecting with an old logging road. Normally I love this section: open sky, soft grass, that feeling of being released from the tight grip of dense forest. But the meadow wasn't open. The fog had pulled there, thickest at its center, moving with a slowness that didn't match the breeze. Still, I followed the trail markers. It's a loop. You can't get lost on a loop. By the time I crossed the meadow and re-entered forest, it was almost noon. The sun above the canopy looked pale and distant, like it wasn't trying anymore. And that's when I saw the prints again. The same footprints. Same size. Same pattern. Same stride distance. Still fresh. And still lined up ahead of me, as if the person who made them was only minutes away. But this time, the prints were mine. My stride. My depth. My slight outward tilt on the right foot from an ankle injury years ago. I crouched and studied them long enough that my knees began to ache. They were too perfect. Too familiar. Even the tiny scuff crescent from a pebble that had wedged into my outsole earlier was visible in the mud. These were my prints. But I hadn't walked this section of trail yet. I knew the loop. I had not passed through this segment today. No shortcuts. No reroutes. No turning around. Yet my prints were here. Fresh. I stood slowly, scanning the trail behind me, half expecting to see someone or something mimicking my gait. But there was no one. Just the forest, impossibly quiet. And then the wind shifted. It carried a sound I recognized instantly, because it came from my radio. My own voice. Faint, warped, but clearly me. Owen, don't, keep going. I froze, breath snagging in my throat. The voice was coming from ahead of me. The voice wasn't just ahead of me, it was moving. A drifting echo threading through branches, matching the rise and fall of my own cadence like some warp recording played through a dying speaker. I took a slow step forward, my hand tightening around the radio even though it wasn't transmitting. I hadn't touched the call button. The thing was turned off. But my voice kept leaking through the trees. Turn around. Something about the sound, thin, stretched, almost sticky, made my back go rigid. I forced myself to breathe. Fear in the backcountry can be just as dangerous as wildlife or weather. Panic makes people run blindly, twist ankles, lose their sense of direction. I wasn't going to be one of them. Not today. I listened again. Wind brushed the canopy. Something creaked, maybe a tree shifting, maybe something else. Then, don't finish the loop. That broke my composure more than I wanted to admit. I turned the radio over in my hands, checking every switch, every dial, every indicator. Nothing was on. No power, no glow, no active signal. It might as well have been a dead brick. But my voice kept coming anyway, floating through the woods. I followed it, not because I wanted to, but because the only alternative was to stand still and let the forest swallow me whole. The trail curved right, the footprints continued ahead, and my uneasy footsteps matched each one like I was following myself in real time. The forest grew darker without the canopy actually thickening. That was the strangest part. It wasn't shade, just a dimming, a wrongness in the brightness. Even the air felt heavier, like something unseen had settled over my shoulders. I moved slower, quieter, listening for the distorted version of my own voice. It wasn't calling anymore. Instead, it sounded like breathing. Soft, labored, uneven breathing. From ahead. I didn't call out. Instinct screamed not to. A branch snapped, not loudly, but close. 30 feet, maybe. Whatever made the sound wasn't trying to hide. And that scared me far more than anything stalking quietly would have. I edged forward, every step deliberate. If someone was injured, I had to help them. That part of me, the ranger part, still existed under the growing terror. But when the trail straightened, the footprints ended. Not faded. Not shifted into underbrush. They ended, as if whoever made them had simply vanished into thin air. The last print was crisp enough to show tiny grains of sand still sliding back into place from the weight. Fresh. Moments fresh. I crouched again, inspecting it, searching for an exit path, a disturbance, scuff, anything. Nothing. The woods around me were so quiet I could hear my own pulse pushing blood through my ears. Then a second set of prints appeared. Right next to mine. I hadn't made them. I hadn't stood there. They weren't older, they were forming. Forming. I watched, rooted to the earth, as the soil shifted slightly, compacting into the shape of a boot tread beside my last step. No weight pressed down. No foot. Nothing visible. The earth simply sank. One print. Then another. Then a third, moving forward on the trail. Something was walking. Something I couldn't see. My throat closed. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own boots. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but running on fear is exactly how people die out here. I forced myself to breathe, slow and steady. The invisible footsteps continued forward, heading deeper into the loop trail toward the section I hadn't reached yet. Then my radio cracked on. Not by my hand. A thin burst of static. A sputter. And then... Owen, stop. Please stop. Hearing my own voice beg like that made my stomach pitch. I clutched the radio. How are you transmitting? I said aloud before I could stop myself. The reply came instantly, trembling and ragged. It's not me. The radio cut out so sharply it felt like the air snapped with it. I stood alone with the silence for several seconds before I realized my fingernails were digging into my palm hard enough to hurt. I didn't want to keep following the loop, but the prints of the visible ones and the invisible ones were both pointing that direction. Every sign told me the trail ahead was wrong in a way I didn't understand. But I couldn't backtrack. I'd seen what was behind me. My own footprints. Perfect. Undisturbed. As if the loop itself was closing behind me, erasing the past and forcing me forward. I kept walking. Half a mile later, the forest opened slightly, revealing a familiar split in the trail. The right path curved toward a creek crossing, the left continued toward a series of old fire-scarred slopes. Except today, both paths were empty. No signage. No markers. No trail maintenance cuts. Nothing to indicate which direction was legitimate. Both paths looked unused. Primal. Wrong. I stood at the junction, scanning for any sign and imprint, a snapped twig, any hint of which direction the loop truly took. And then I saw it. On the right path, pressed into the soft dirt, lay a single footprint. The same one I'd seen before. Mine, but smaller. A child-sized version of my boot. Same pattern. Same tread. Just scaled down precisely, mathematically, disturbingly. Like a copy that didn't understand proportions. My breath shook. I stepped back. Something rustled behind me, soft but deliberate. I turned slowly. A figure stood between the trees, maybe 20 yards away. Human-sized. Maybe a man. No movement. No visible features. Just a tall, motionless silhouette darker than the forest around it. I blinked, and it shifted. Not stepped. Not walked. Shifted, like its outline flickered one frame to the left without moving through the space between. My legs locked. My hands went numb. The figure raised an arm. Slowly, like it was testing the motion. Then it pointed down the left path. Not the one with the child-sized print. My legs finally obeyed me. I stepped back, terrified of turning my back on it, but even more terrified of standing still. The figure didn't move again. It just kept pointing. I swallowed hard, forcing my voice out. "What do you want?" No response. The forest held its breath. I kept backing toward the left path, the figure's dark, unnatural stillness guiding or corralling me deeper into woods that no longer felt like the Cascades I'd known my entire career. When I stepped onto the left trail, I felt a strange shift in pressure, like crossing a boundary. The figure's arm dropped. And then it vanished. No fade. No blur. Gone. My radio clicked on again. Only breathing this time. My breathing. But not synced with mine. Ahead of me, the trail curved into thicker trees, darker shadows, and an unsettling quiet that felt like it was waiting. And then my voice, my broken, exhausted voice, whispered through the radio. "Don't let it catch up to you." Hearing my own voice deliver the warning, hoarse, close, terrified, sent a cold jolt down my spine. It wasn't just a message. It wasn't the forest mocking me. It was me. Or something wearing my voice like a coat 2 sizes too tight. The breathing over the radio didn't match mine. It rasped and swallowed slowly, like something that didn't understand how lungs worked. I moved. Not a run. Running would have made noise, and noise felt like the last thing I wanted to offer whatever hunted the trail with me. I pushed forward with long, careful strides, the left path narrowing until branches pressed against my shoulders. Moss hung low, dripping with condensation that didn't match the weather. The air grew cooler, damper, more stale. It felt like walking into a basement beneath the entire forest. My radio clicked again. No voice this time. Just footsteps. My footsteps. But out of sync. Offbeat. Like an echo trying to copy me with a half-second delay. Tap. 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 I sped up. The echo sped up with me. Tap, tap. Tap, tap. Tap, tap. I felt the forest tighten. Trees angled inward unnaturally, as if growing sideways just to press me into staying on the trail. I wasn't sure how long I walked like that. 10 minutes, 40, an hour? Time had blurred since the ridge, and the sun couldn't seem to decide what position it wanted. I came to a fallen tree spanning the trail. It should have given me relief, something normal, something I'd seen dozens of times. But when I stepped closer, my gut flipped. Because where the bark had peeled, the fresh wood wasn't pale. It was blackened. Burned. But the surrounding forest showed no signs of fire. No scorch marks. No smoke smell. Nothing except the tree itself, charred from the inside out like lightning had struck its heart instead of its trunk. Footsteps crackled over the radio again. Tap, tap, tap. Faster now. Closer. I vaulted the burned log, boots hitting the ground with a dull thud. Then I froze. In the dirt ahead was a clear footprint. Mine. This one was deep. Kneaded into the soil like I'd placed every pound of my weight into that step. But I hadn't been here. I would have remembered. The prints continued forward in a straight line, perfectly evenly spaced, leading deeper into the dimming woods at a pace that matched mine exactly. I knelt, barely able to breathe, and pressed a finger to one print. Warm. The dirt was actually warm, like a hand had just left it seconds before. A shiver worked up my spine so suddenly I almost lost my balance. Behind me, the radio breathed again. "Owen, hurry." My lungs tightened. I didn't know which direction was safe anymore. Following the prints felt like stepping into a trap. Ignoring them felt worse. And somewhere behind me, something had started mimicking the rhythm of my own footsteps with uncanny devotion. When I stood, I saw the next print ahead. Then another. Then, God help me, another set forming beside them. Not stamped. Not placed. Forming. The soil shifted on its own, dimpling into a second invisible stride, walking perfectly parallel to the first. Whoever or whatever had made the prints earlier was back. And it was matching me, step for step, breath for breath, like it was learning me. I moved forward because the only alternative was to let it reach me. Branches scraped my sleeves. The trail began to slope downward, steeper and steeper, until I had to brace myself against the trunks. Every few yards, the forest whispered tiny breaths of cold air past my ears, little sighs, like something kept leaning close just out of sight. The footprints ahead suddenly veered sharply to the right. I followed. They led off the main path, down a narrow, barely formed trail I swear had never existed before today. Twigs snapped underfoot, the underbrush thinning until the shadowed shape of an old fire road came into view, a dirt lane cut by loggers decades earlier and long since reclaimed by creeping moss. That road was not part of the loop. I stepped onto it anyway, because the alternative was stepping backward. And backward felt like death. The air along the abandoned road felt thick, electric. The moss underfoot compressed like damp carpet. Every 20 steps or so, a new footprint appeared, mine, fresh, warm, leading further down the slow, winding decline. Then the footprint stopped. Dead center in the road, right where the trees parted slightly, lay the final print pressed so sharply it looked carved. Beside it was another. Not mine. Not human. Too long. Too narrow. The toe shape slightly pointed. The depth too inconsistent, as if the weight belonged to something whose bones weren't arranged the way ours are supposed to be. The breath from the radio dropped into a low, shaking growl. "Don't let it close." Something cracked behind me. A single branch. Clean. Sharp. Not wind. Not weight shifting in a tree. Footstep. My brain made the decision before I did. I forced myself down the road at a near run, ignoring the rising sting in my calves. The trees blurred. The moss-laden branches clawed at my clothes. Whatever followed matched my pace perfectly. A step behind mine, a heartbeat behind the swing of my arms. I could hear it now. Not breathing. Rustling. Like dozens of thin, dry fingers brushing tree bark. I sprinted. The forest didn't blur, it folded. The trees leaned in hard, trunks bending at angles that should have snapped them. The shadows around me stretched, lengthened, pulling across the road like tendrils trying to trip me. My lungs burned. My boots slapped earth faster than my panicking mind could register. Then, like breaking through water, I stumbled out of the trees and onto familiar ground. The loop trail. My trail. And right in front of me, my first footprint of the day. Perfect. Crisp. Unruined. The loop had closed. No worse. The loop had reset. Something moved behind me, the air tightening like a net cinching. I staggered forward, nearly falling as I landed beside the first print I'd made that morning. It was in the exact same spot. Same angle. Same depth. Like I had never left. The forest around me felt too still. Too expectant. Then my radio clicked one last time. No breath. No footsteps. Just my own voice, quiet and broken. "You can't finish the loop, Owen. It finishes you." Cold flooded my chest. And from the place where the trail re-entered the Dartford tunnel, a new footprint formed. Not mine. And not human. The soil pressed down in slow motion, the print long and long, as if something tall and impossibly thin was stepping out of the trees, crossing back into the loop with me. I backed away until my boots lined up perfectly with my first step of the morning, breath shaking. The forest exhaled. One long, patient breath. And then, from right behind my left shoulder, a whisper identical to my voice said, "Let's start again." My name is Tara Lynn, a thru hiker attempting a full end-to-end traverse of Vermont's long trail. I begin this account with the intention of being as clear and factual as possible, because what happened on the ridge above Stratton Pond occurred in a single uninterrupted day, and there is no part of it I can explain without feeling as though I am already losing pieces of the timeline. I need to record this while the memories are still intact. I'd left Stratton Pond around late morning, the sun filtering through a thin veil of cloud that made the humidity rise from the forest floor like breath. I'd been on trail for weeks, long enough that my mind slipped into that meditative rhythm only hikers really understand: step, pull, breath, step, pull, breath. Even with that, I remember being unusually aware of how empty the woods felt. It was late season, other hikers should have been around. But I hadn't seen anyone since sunrise. Around noon the forest changed in a way that made the hairs on my forearms rise. The woods quieted, not the normal hush of wind dying but a sudden vacuum of sound, like someone had muffled the entire ridge. My first thought was weather. A storm front. Maybe a pressure drop. Then the temperature shifted, a faint coolness layered onto the back of my neck, and that's when I noticed the side trail. It cut sharply to the right, angling uphill through a corridor of birch and spruce. The tread looked clean, fresh, even. No blowdowns. No erosion. A perfect line of switchbacks heading to higher ground. I checked my map. Nothing. Not even an unmaintained spur. The long trail is full of odd little connectors and old CCC paths, but they're all marked. This one wasn't. Normally, I wouldn't go exploring during a long day's mileage, but the trail gave off the unmistakable look of something used. Recent boots. Maybe even maintained. And at the top, silhouetted between the trees, I swore I saw the vague outline of a roofline, the kind that shelters have, for posts and a lean-to slant. A shelter. One not on the map. I stood there for a long moment, debating. But the stillness of the woods was unnerving, the quiet pressing, and the idea of a structure, any structure, felt grounding. Like a place to sit, breathe, recalibrate. Maybe a caretaker's hut. Maybe an old shelter brought back into service. So I followed the spur. It climbed quickly, steep but clear, and the air grew colder the higher I went. Not the crisp cold of elevation, the ridge wasn't high enough for that, but a stagnant cold, the kind that made my breath feel strangely heavy. The quiet deepened around me. My footsteps sounded too loud, like the forest floor was absorbing everything except the noise I made. 10 minutes up, the trees thinned, and the shelter appeared. It stood in a small clearing carved cleanly out of the woods, a standard 3-wall lean-to design, wide enough for 8 or 10 hikers. The roof looked new, freshly shingled. The logs forming the back wall were smooth, not blackened with age like most of the century-old shelters on this trail. The platform was swept clean. No graffiti. No carved initials. No hiker trash. No tarp lines. No pack hooks. Nothing. It looked unused, but also brand new. Like someone had built it yesterday. I called out automatically, "Hello?" expecting maybe a caretaker or another thru hiker to poke their head around the corner. But my voice didn't echo. It didn't bounce back. It just dropped into the clearing like a rock into deep water and vanished. Something in me said turn around. Something else said step forward. The second thing won. I stepped onto the platform. My boots landed without a creak. The wood felt too smooth, almost polished. I placed my hand on the back wall, cool, dry, strangely uniform. My fingers tingled as if the surface held a faint vibration, like the hum of electricity running through a wire buried under the boards. I pulled my hand back fast. The air inside the shelter was colder than the clearing, and for a moment my breath fogged slightly. It shouldn't have. The day wasn't that cold. I remembered the ridge forecast, highs in the 70s. I shrugged off the chill and sat down to eat. Peanut butter wrap, handful of trail mix. The moment I stopped moving, the silence hit harder. Not even a distant woodpecker. Not a breeze stirring the leaves. Just the tight, ringing quiet of closed space. I don't know how long I sat there before something changed. The light dimmed slightly, not like a cloud passing, but like the shelter itself shifted in shadow. I glanced at my watch. Early afternoon. But the clearing looked closer to dusk, the edges darkening like someone had smudged the tree line with charcoal. The forest beyond the clearing seemed denser, as if the trees had grown subtly closer. A knot tightened in my stomach. Instinct I didn't want to acknowledge. I packed up quickly, relieved for the noise my zipper made, and stepped off the platform. The moment my foot hit the ground, a sound broke the silence. A single, soft creak behind me. The shelter. I turned slowly, expecting maybe a board shifting in the wind, but the air was still. And the sound hadn't been with settling. It had been deliberate, almost like a footstep on a stable floor or someone stepping from one plank to another. But there was no one inside. The interior was darker now, the shadows pulled near the back wall. For the first time I noticed something carved low on the left support beam, half hidden by the angle of the roof. Not graffiti, older, deeper. A single word. Stay. I stepped back instinctively. My heel caught on a root. My heart thudded hard against my ribs. The temperature dropped another few degrees. Then another. Something in the shadows shifted, not movement exactly, but depth. Like an extra layer of darkness folding inward. I felt watched. Not from the woods. From inside the shelter. That was enough. I turned and started down the spur trail, keeping my pace steady because the last thing I wanted to do was run from nothing. But my hands were cold. My spine crawled. Every few steps, the urge to look back tightened like a fist. Halfway down the spur, the forest seemed to exhale. Sound returned in a slow wave, an insect here, a soft rustle there, like the world rebooting after a power outage. The pressure in my ears eased. By the time I reconnected with the long trail, the sunlight looked normal again. I didn't look back up the spur. I forced myself forward, telling my brain to drop it, to chalk it up to exhaustion or isolation or the weird psychological tunnels hikers get stuck in. I kept walking, aiming for the next mapped shelter 3 miles ahead. A real one. One that actually exists. But late afternoon light moves fast in the woods. And halfway to the next shelter, as the sun slanted gold through the trees, I felt the cold again, a creeping, familiar drop, and when I rounded a bend on the ridge, I saw it. The clearing. The same clearing. The same shelter. Waiting for me. Exactly where it shouldn't be. I froze mid-step, my boot hanging in the air as though the forest itself had grabbed my ankle. The clearing wasn't supposed to be here. The spur trail I'd taken earlier had been miles behind me, veering west toward higher ground. This section of the long trail bent east along the ridge. There was no physical way the same shelter could be ahead of me, waiting as neatly as if the trail had been designed to funnel me straight into it. But there it was, the same perfectly squared clearing, the same new wood, the same empty platform. Late afternoon sun hit the roof at the exact same angle. The surrounding trees leaned inward, subtly wrong in a way I couldn't articulate, too evenly spaced, too symmetrical, too identical to what I'd already seen. This wasn't déjà vu. It was duplication. I stepped backward slowly, as though distance alone might force reality to correct itself. My pulse was loud in my ears. The air grew colder the longer I stared at the shelter, as if it was drawing heat from the forest, siphoning warmth to maintain itself. My first coherent thought came out of panic. It's a different shelter. It just looks the same. But that lie lasted half a second because my eye caught the left support beam. The same carved word. Stay. And underneath it, fresh or revealed or simply visible now in this light, were 2 smaller lines of text, shallow and uneven like someone had carved them in a shaking hurry. Do not return. do not look back. My hands went numb. My pack felt twice as heavy. A wave of dizziness washed through me, like pressure shifting in a plane cabin, sudden, disorienting, wrong. I needed to move. Forward, backward, anywhere but into that clearing. I chose forward, hugging the trail so tightly my shoulder brushed branches. For a moment I allowed myself to believe I'd slip past it, that the shelter only existed in the periphery and wouldn't follow me if I didn't engage with it. I made it 10 steps. Then the cold deepened again, a slow inhale against the back of my neck. The forest dimmed. The light thinned in that same unnatural way, not dusk but dimming, draining. I didn't want to look, but instinct is instinct. I turned my head. The clearing was now behind me. I hadn't turned around. I hadn't reversed direction. I had been walking forward. But the shelter was behind me now, perfectly centered on the trail I just walked, as though it had glided silently through the woods and settled into place while I blinked. The carved command, "Stay," faced me like an order. "No," I whispered, breath shaking. Not a chance. This time I ran. I didn't care about trail etiquette or twisted roots or the burning stitch in my side. I ran until the trail pitched slightly downhill, until I saw a rock outcrop I remembered from the map notes, a reliable landmark that told me I was halfway to the next official shelter. I didn't stop running until my legs buckled, and even then I only let myself drop into a crouch for a few seconds. The air was warmer here. Normal. Placidly normal. I checked the forest like a cornered animal. No clearing. No shelter. No wrong stillness. I forced myself to breathe evenly, reminding myself that fear makes patterns where none exist. Maybe I'd been more tired than I realized. Maybe I'd misjudged the trail. Maybe the first shelter was an old CCC remnant that someone cleaned up, and the second one was what? A twin? A coincidence? None of those excuses made sense. But reality needed scaffolding, and I was desperate for any structure to hold on to. I kept moving, trying to force the hike back into familiar rhythm. Step, pull, breath. Step, pull, breath. The repetition calmed me until I no longer felt hyper-aware of every rustle and shadow. The real mapped shelter, Winhall, according to my guide notes, should have been coming up within the next half mile. I pictured its rough-hewn logs, the roof patched with tar paper, the carved names of hikers etched into every reachable surface. Something real. Something used. Something with a history. I turned a bend. A shape appeared ahead. Rectangular. Wooden. A structure. My stomach tightened, but I forced myself forward. I had to look. I had to confirm. 10 more feet. The clearing opened around it. My breath left my body in a hard, cold rush. It was the same shelter. Not just similar, the same. The same angle of the roof. The same two-clean platform. The same untouched condition. The same carved word on the support post. The beams gleamed slightly in the low afternoon light, like they were wet or freshly oiled, even though the air was dry. There was no path leading into this clearing except the one I stood on. I had not taken a spur. I had not doubled back. The trail had brought me here. Or the shelter had brought itself to the trail. I didn't step closer. I didn't need to. From where I stood, I could see something new on the back wall, faint, as though written in condensation or dust, but visible enough to read. You came back. The forest went silent again. The cold seeped through my shirt into my spine. My throat tightened so sharply it hurt to swallow. I did not return. I didn't choose to. It followed me. I'm done, I said out loud, voice shaking. I'm leaving. I'm not staying. The clearing felt like it listened. Then the shadows inside the shelter shifted. It wasn't movement, not exactly. It was the sensation that something had stepped forward within the dark, as though shape and depth were rearranging. Like the darkness had weight. Like the structure wasn't empty at all. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the platform. Every nerve in my body screamed not to turn my back to it. The carf warning, "Do not return," pulsed in my mind, but the other line hit me harder. "Do not look back." If I turned away now and the shelter shifted positions again, I would be doing exactly what the carving warned against. But if I kept staring, if something inside that shadow decided to come closer, my options were folding around me like a trap. A breeze stirred, but only within the clearing. The trees outside remained still. The shelter creaked once, like a slow intake of breath. I had to choose. Forward or backward. Eyes open or eyes averted. Run or freeze. I stepped backward up the trail, choosing movement over paralysis. My foot hit a patch of leaves, and the sound seemed to break the tension for one heartbeat. The cold thinned. The shadow inside the structure stilled. And then, right as my foot lifted for another step, a low voice whispered from inside the shelter. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just close. Stay. I ran. Branches slapped my arms. Rocks tore at my boots. I didn't look behind me. I didn't care where the trail led as long as it led away. But the moment I heard the forest sounds fade again, that awful vacuum of silence, I knew before I even saw it. The clearing was ahead of me once more. And this time, the shelter wasn't empty. It stood in the clearing exactly as before, but now there was a figure inside, or rather, the outline of one. The shape was darker than the shadows, wrong in its proportions, almost like a person standing with their arms too close to their sides, head tilted slightly to the left. It didn't move. It didn't breathe. It just existed with an oppressive stillness that made the air around it vibrate with something I could only describe as pressure. I stopped running so abruptly that pain lanced up my knees. Every instinct begged me to turn around to get away, but the carf warning hammered through me. Do not look back. If I turned now, if the shelter shifted behind me again. I forced myself to stay facing forward, even as dread clawed at the inside of my ribs. My throat felt tight, like invisible fingers were pressing lightly against it. The woods around me blurred at the edges. The cold here wasn't just colder, it was absolute. It pressed into my skin with the sensation of being submerged in dark water. The figure didn't step forward. It didn't gesture. But its presence expanded somehow, like it was pushing against the boundary of the shelter, testing the air, sniffing for weakness. I realized something in a rush of clarity. It wanted me to go inside. Not toward it. Into it. The platform looked like a mouth now, the dark interior a throat waiting to swallow. That single carf word, stay, felt less like a command from a hiker who'd been scared and more like an instruction from the thing itself. A lure. My legs trembled. My vision pulsed. I edged to the side of the trail, steps slow, deliberate, like moving too fast might provoke it. The clearing didn't change. The shelter didn't shift this time. But the temperature dropped again, another few degrees, cold enough that my breath finally fogged thick in the late daylight. Then I heard it, a second voice, faint, coming from behind me. Tara. My name. Soft. Almost human. I didn't turn. I couldn't turn. My body wanted it the way a person automatically looks when their name is spoken, but the instinct felt like a trap being baited. I dug my nails into my palms, shaking my head. No, I whispered. No, no, no. The shelter creaked again, a deep groan of wood bending under weight. The figure's outline shifted slightly, like it leaned forward, but it didn't cross the platform. My name came again, closer now. Tara, stop. It wasn't the same voice as the one that had whispered stay. This voice sounded eerily like my own. Sweat and cold mingled down my spine. My knees were seconds from giving out. I took another step sideways. Then another. The edge of the clearing was close, 2 more steps and the shadows of the rail forest would swallow me up. If I could get out of the clearing, maybe the shelter couldn't follow. Maybe the rules changed once it didn't have a clean sight line to me. But then something new happened. The figure stepped forward. Not fully, just one slow shift that brought the front of its shape into the dying light. No face. No features. No color. Just a distortion of outline, like the silhouette of a person seen through warped glass. My breath caught painfully. The forest held its breath too. The figure lifted its head slightly, and in the faintest ripple of movement, something about its posture changed, as if it were listening. As if it could hear something I couldn't. Then it spoke in a low, multi-layered whisper. "If you leave, it won't stop." My chest tightened. My pulse hammered so hard it hurt. I wasn't sure what it referred to the shelter. The thing? Whatever force was looping me through these woods. I didn't plan my next movement. It burst out of me, a final surge of animal survival, and I sprinted toward the tree line. Branches whipped my face. My feet punched through leaves. I heard the shelter groan loudly behind me, like wood splitting, like something pushing against a frame not meant to contain it. I didn't look back. I didn't look anywhere but forward. The moment I crossed the threshold of the clearing, the air shifted violently, a pop in my ears, a pressure drop, like crossing through an unseen membrane. The cold evaporated in a single breath. Warm air slammed into my face. The forest sounds exploded back to life in a chaotic rush, insects, wind, distant birds, all at once. I stumbled, caught myself on a tree, and kept running. My legs felt like stone pillars. Every step came down harder than the last, but I didn't stop. I didn't dare. I didn't even breathe properly until the trail dipped sharply and I recognized a section of rock and root that I'd definitely passed hours earlier. Not the looping kind of recognition. The real kind. I kept going until my legs nearly collapsed, until the light grew faint enough that the trees cast long evening shadows. My watch said it wasn't even that late, barely 6:40 p.m., but exhaustion made it feel like midnight. Finally, when I felt sure the shelter's impossible clearing wasn't around the next bend, I stopped. My chest hitched with each breath. My vision wobbled. My entire body hummed with leftover panic. I didn't set up camp. I didn't eat. I didn't think. I just walked until I saw the trail marker for a main road, an old forest access track lined with gravel, the kind used by state maintenance trucks. Relief hit me so hard I almost cried. Cars don't belong near impossible shelters. Civilization doesn't bend like the woods do. I followed the road until the sun dipped low enough to make the sky bleed orange. A half-mile later I found an old picnic turnout with a bench and a view of the valley. I collapsed onto the wood, trembling so hard my teeth knocked. I stayed there until my breathing evened out, until the shadows settled, until the relief felt solid enough to lean on. Only then did I unzip my pack to grab water. And froze. There, sitting on top of my food bag, something I hadn't put there, was a small wooden chip. Freshly carved. Smooth. Pale. I lifted it with shaking fingers. One word was carved into it in uneven strokes. Stay. I dropped it instinctively, breath catching. The wood hit the gravel and flipped once. On the other side, another set of carved letters glinted in the fading light, ones I hadn't seen until that moment. You left. So I follow. The wind rose. The forest behind me went quiet. And out of the stillness, faint, almost lost in the breeze, a voice whispered my name. Not from the road. Not from the woods far away. From the tree line directly behind me. I did not look back. I'm still not sure what would happen if I did. What I do know is this. The shelter may not be fixed to the ground. It may not belong to a place. It belongs to whoever sees it. And today, it saw me. My name is Blake Moran, and I am a solo trekker documenting a single-day traverse across a remote section of the Nevada backcountry. At the time of this account, I was carrying standard backpacking gear, a small VHF radio, and a handheld GPS unit that often lost signal in the canyons. I include these details because they matter far more than I realized when I set out before dawn, believing the day ahead would be nothing more than a long, dry push through sun-bleached valleys and ridgelines I'd crossed dozens of times before. I did not expect to hear my own voice calling for help. I certainly did not expect it to keep repeating long after I killed the radio entirely. The morning air still held a leftover chill, the kind that lingers in the desert right before sunrise. I left my truck at the Bureau Trail turnoff around 5:20 a.m., locked everything up, and started toward the basin. The sky was still a dim slate blue. I like that time. The quiet feels heavier somehow, like the world hasn't properly woken. My boots scraped over grit and embedded gypsum crystals as I moved into the first narrow wash, and I remember thinking that the silence felt almost too complete, as if even the wind had decided to sleep in. I kept my radio on scan out of habit. Normally I catch nothing but occasional ranger chatter or atmospheric static. But about 2 miles in, when I reached the wide plateau overlooking Harrow Valley, the radio clicked sharply, as if someone had tapped the antenna. Then a burst of static cracked through the speaker. Not unusual, but the sound that followed was. It was my voice. Ake. Blake, if you can hear this, help please, Blake. The transmission dissolved back into static, a messy hiss that fizzled out like a dying firework. I froze on the spot. The sun was just peeking over the eastern ridge, lighting the scrub in pale gold, and the air felt suddenly thinner. I stared at the radio in my hand like it might explain itself. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the voice only sounded like mine. Maybe it was some weird distortion, something bouncing off the cliffs. But the tone, the inflection, even the slight rasp I get on long hikes, it was too exact. It felt like hearing a recording I didn't remember making. I waited, staring down into the valley, half expecting anyone to appear. Nothing moved. I scanned the switchbacks, the basins, the scattered boulders. Empty. Before I could make a decision, the radio clicked again. The same static. The same panicked voice. Blake, help me, Blake. I'm stuck, please. This time there was a faint crunching noise behind the words, like boots grinding gravel. Then a sharp inhale that wasn't mine. I felt sweat cool on my back even though the sun was barely warm yet. My mind raced. If it was a real distress call, protocol said I needed to respond. But how the hell was I supposed to respond to myself? I lifted the radio tentatively. My throat tightened. Saying my name suddenly felt wrong. This is a hiker on the basin ridge. Repeat your location. The radio crackled, then produced an eerie, warped loop of my last sentence, like something was chewing it into pieces. On the basin ridge, repeat, repeat. Then silence. I tried again, more forcefully. Identify yourself. If you're in distress, I need to know where you are. Static washed over the speaker, rising sharply until it sounded like wind screaming between broken antenna lines. I lowered the device quickly. The radio screen flickered once, twice, and then went black. Just dead. No power light, no beep, nothing. It was fully charged when I left the truck. I swallowed and started down the trail into Harrow Valley, not because I wanted to, but because the call demanded movement. If someone was actually hurt, if somehow the voice wasn't mine, I couldn't just walk away. And if it was mine, I didn't have any framework for what that meant, but I knew I couldn't ignore it. The descent into the valley felt different than any trip I'd made before. Each crunch of my boots seemed too loud. The sun felt too bright. The air tasted dry, metallic. I kept glancing at the ridgelines around me, half expecting someone to be standing there, watching. About 30 minutes later, I reached the dry creek bed that split the valley. Normally the place felt wide open and harmless. That day it felt like something was waiting. The silence was thick and expectant, as though the land itself was holding its breath. I crouched near the creek bed to inspect the ground. In the loose dust, there were footprints, not mine. They were deep, spaced erratically, like whoever made them had been running. The tracks led toward a narrow slot canyon carved into the far side of the valley. I followed them slowly, scanning for movement. The walls of the canyon rose high on both sides, their jagged edges creating a fractured, unnatural skyline. The farther I went, the darker it got. The sunlight into a thin band overhead. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. Then the radio clicked back to life. A soft pop. A hiss. Then, Blake, I can see you. I stopped breathing. The voice wasn't just mine. It was nearer, less distorted, as if the speaker was standing just out of sight around the next bend. I forced myself to speak. If you can see me, come out. I'm here to help. The reply came instantly. No, don't move. Please, don't come any closer. It sounded like me, but terrified, gasping, whispering urgently. Why? I asked, taking one slow step forward despite every muscle screaming not to. What happened? Tell me where you are. The voice shuddered. It's right behind you. My chest went cold. Every instinct I had clawed at me to run, but I turned slowly instead. The canyon behind me was empty. Nothing moved. The sliver of sky above was a pale stripe. No sound except my own breathing. When I turned back, the radio spoke again, softer now. Blake, please, don't let it be me. The device flickered violently, then shut off entirely. I wasn't alone in the canyon anymore. I could feel it like a pressure, like static prickling under my skin. Something unseen. Something waiting. And when the echo drifted down from the canyon walls, my own strained voice calling my name, I knew I'd already gone too far. The echo of my own voice faded slowly, dissolving into the canyon's stale air like smoke. For a long moment, nothing else happened. No footsteps. No movement. Just the feeling, thick and electric, that something stood close enough to touch me but refused to make itself known. I kept my back pressed to the canyon wall, my palms flattened against the hot stone. I didn't dare look over my shoulder again. My radio remained dead in my hand, screen black as if it never had power to begin with. I slid it into my pack anyway, mostly because holding it made me feel like prey. I steadied my breathing and scanned the tight corridor ahead. The canyon curved sharply to the right, the bend disappearing into shadow. That was where the last transmission seemed to come from. It didn't matter how wrong it felt, I needed to know if someone was actually there. If someone needed help. And if that someone was, somehow me. I moved forward slowly, each footstep quiet on the packed clay. The canyon walls pressed closer the farther I went, leaving barely enough room for me to squeeze through sideways. My fingers brushed the stone as I edged forward, the surface warm from the sun, gritty and unyielding. Earlier, that warmth would have been comforting. Now it felt like being guided deeper into something alive. When I reached the bend, a faint sound rose from the shadowed passage beyond. Not a voice. Not a cough. It was a strange, low oscillation, like distant wind buffeting a metal tower. But there was no wind. The air was still and stale, almost soupy. The strange hum pulsed once, then again, as if syncing with my heartbeat. I turned the corner. The passage widened into a hollow chamber, a natural bowl carved by ancient floods. Light filtered in from a narrow crack overhead, casting an uneven stripe across the ground. And there, kneeling in the dirt, facing away from me, was a figure. My breath hitched sharply. The man's clothes were identical to mine. Same color pack. Same sweat-stained shirt. Same knees pressed into the dust. His head hung low, chin nearly touching his chest. Shoulders trembling, the way mine sometimes do when exhaustion pushes past adrenaline. I didn't approach right away. "Hey," I called softly, though my voice cracked on the first attempt. "Can you hear me?" No reaction. Not even a twitch. I swallowed, stepped forward. The rattling hum I heard before was gone, replaced by a thick, suffocating silence. The man didn't lift his head. Didn't turn. Didn't show any sign of awareness. I tried again, louder. "Sir, are you injured? Can you speak?" His body stiffened. His breathing stopped completely. Then, incredibly, he spoke without lifting his head, without moving at all. "It's not safe to talk." My skin crawled. The voice was unmistakably mine. I took a shaky step backward. "Who are you?" Slowly, painfully, the figure lifted his head. He didn't turn around, he just tilted his face upward so I could see the impossible outline of my own jaw, my own cheek, my own ear. A perfect copy, except for one thing. He was covered in dust like he'd been lying here for hours, maybe longer. And as the light touched one side of his face, I saw the unmistakable crusted streak where dried blood had run from his temple to his jawline. He whispered, "Don't let it hear you." My throat tightened. Let what hear me? He reached one hand out behind him, feeling blindly along the dirt until his fingers touched something half buried. A radio. Identical to mine. The antenna was bent sharply, as if crushed. He pushed it toward me without turning. "It tracks the signal," he breathed. "And the voice. It listens for both." I stared at the battered radio but didn't touch it. "What is it?" He didn't answer. Instead, a new sound rose slowly at first, then sharpening into a thin, needling whine that scraped the inside of my skull like metal dragging over glass. It came from deeper within the canyon behind him, from a pitch-black crack in the stone wall no wider than a doorway. The same strange hum I heard earlier, but closer. Hungrier. The figure, my double, tensed violently. "You need to go. Now. Before it finds the right one." My limbs turned to ice. The right one? He finally moved, his head twisting toward me, slowly, too slowly. His face was pale, sunken, almost hollow. And though it was unquestionably my face, the eyes staring back weren't mine. They were wide, terrified, and somehow older. It follows the version of me that still has a chance to leave. Before I could react, before I could even process the words, the line surged. It rose from behind him like something enormous was pulling itself toward the chamber. A faint gust of cold air brushed past me, rushing toward the crack in the canyon wall as if pulled by a vacuum. The light overhead flickered, dimming unnaturally. My double scrambled to his feet, stumbling as though his muscles barely worked. He pressed his back to the rock wall and motioned frantically for me to move. "Don't let it copy you again," he hissed. The whine pitched higher, sharper. A jagged, unnatural shape shifted in the darkness beyond the crack, only visible in the corner of my eye, never directly. When I tried to focus, I saw nothing but black. But in my peripheral vision, something crawled. Something impossibly thin, impossibly long, its movements almost reversed, like watching footage played backward. My body locked. Terror pinned me where I stood. My double grabbed my arm, his hand cold, shaking, desperate. "Run. Don't look back. Don't speak. Don't answer the radio. If you hear yourself." He didn't finish. A sudden, violent force yanked him backward into the dark crack. He screamed a raw, ripping sound that echoed unnaturally, repeating in overlapping layers like several versions of him were screaming at once. I lunged forward instinctively, reaching for him, but he vanished into the dark so completely it was as if the wall swallowed him whole. Silence slammed back into the chamber. I staggered away from the crack, my pulse hammering so hard I almost couldn't hear myself think. The air felt wrong, thinner, colder, like something had drained all the warmth from it. My legs finally moved, stumbling back the way I'd come. The canyon suddenly felt like a trap, every shadow too deep, every echo too sharp. Each footstep sounded like someone else was matching me a half beat behind. Then, halfway to the corridor, my radio, dead minutes earlier, lit up in my pack. The screen stayed black, but the speaker crackled. "Blake," my voice whispered from inside the bag, trembling, broken. "You picked the wrong one." I ran. I didn't move at first. I couldn't. The sound of my own voice coming from the ridge above me locked every muscle in my body. The figure in the valley, my impossible double, stood perfectly still, its posture too exact, too deliberate. And above me, the second voice, also mine, waited with the weight of a final verdict. The breeze vanished. The heat vanished. Even the sound of pebbles shifting beneath my boots felt muted, like the valley itself held its breath. I forced myself to swallow, and the act felt too loud. I backed up slowly, inching along the slope, careful not to slip again. The ridge's shadow stretched toward me in a thin, angled line as the sun began its slow descent. Every instinct begged me to run, but running had only made things worse. Running had doubled the voices, doubled the distance, doubled the versions of me. So instead, I forced myself to speak soft, controlled, barely a whisper. "Stop copying me." Both versions of me reacted. The one in the valley twitched, its head jerking in a way no human spine should allow, as if the command confused it. The voice above me, steady, calm, and wrong, went silent, as if analyzing the sentence. Then the valley double took a step forward. Not a skip, not a jump, not the glitching frame skip motion from before. A real step. Slow. Purposeful. Something about that scared me more than anything else. I stumbled back up the slope, boots sliding over loose gravel. I didn't run, but I wasn't walking either. I was half climbing, half scrambling. The figure in the valley mirrored my posture, climbing an invisible slope of its own as if learning my body in real time. Cold needles prickled up my spine. I didn't dare look behind me, but I could feel the presence above, the second voice, the second version, watching. I pushed harder. When I reached the ridge crest, I had to plant my hands on the rock and haul myself over the top. My palms scraped open, warm blood smeared the stone. I didn't stop. The trail from the morning lay ahead, winding across the plateau, wide, sunlit, familiar. My lungs burned as I stumbled onto it, my knees threatening to buckle. Behind me, gravel shifted. I spun. The ridge was empty. No figure. No double. No second voice. The canyon lay still and silent below, harmless in the late afternoon light. For half a second, doubt slithered through me. Had I hallucinated everything? Could exhaustion and heat warp reality that severely? My radio answered for me. A burst of static crackled from my pack. Sharp. Sudden. Wrong. I tore the straps open and yanked the radio out. The screen flickered, black, then gray, then a smear of digital lines like corrupted video. A voice broke through the static. My voice. Except, not quite. Blake, it whispered, distorted, gurgling around missing syllables. Don't leave. I stared at the canyon below. Something moved too far, too fast, a flicker of motion on the valley floor, like a shadow that didn't belong to anything. Then another voice came through the radio, breathy, terrified, urgent. Run. Don't listen to it. Run. That voice was mine too, but it was mine in the way a memory is yours. Honest. Human. I didn't wait to see which voice belonged to which version. I swung my pack over one shoulder, grabbed the radio, and ran not down into the valley, not toward the canyon, but straight across the plateau toward the trailhead. The sun lowered behind the far ridge, burning orange across the desert. My legs shook, my breath hitched, the taste of metal filled my mouth. At the halfway point, the radio burst alive again. Blake, stop, Blake, stop, Blake. The voice looped faster and faster until it wasn't words anymore, just a single stretched vowel. I threw the radio on the ground and stomped on it until the casing cracked and the speaker sputtered into silence. Then I kept running. By the time my truck came into view, the sky had flushed into deep red. My legs nearly gave out when I reached the driver's side door. I fumbled with the keys, dropped them, cursed, scooped them up, and finally yanked the door open. Something clattered inside my pack. I froze. Very slowly, I opened it again. It was the second radio. The broken one from the canyon. The one my double shoved toward me before he was dragged into the dark. I hadn't taken it. I know I hadn't. But there it sat, dusty, cracked, antenna bent at the same angle as if it had always belonged in my gear. A deep, rising hum vibrated through the plastic casing. I dropped it and slammed the truck door shut. The engine roared to life on the first try, and I hit the accelerator so hard the tires spit gravel across the empty trailhead. I didn't look back. Not once. Not even when the static returned faintly through the truck's radio, tracing the edges of my breathing. It followed me halfway down the access road. Then it stopped. The sun dipped below the horizon. The world dimmed into blue. My knuckles stayed white on the wheel all the way back to the highway. I didn't stop driving until my phone picked up full service. I didn't stop shaking until well after midnight. And I didn't sleep at all. But I lived. I survived the canyon, the valley, the copies, the voices. I made it back. Except, earlier tonight, as I unpacked my bag in my apartment, I found a smear of dust on the inside of the pack. A strange, fine, gray dust the desert around Harrow Valley doesn't have. And under that dust, in the smallest corner of the main compartment, was a footprint. Mine. Too small to be human-sized. Too perfect to be accidental. A perfect miniature print pressed into the fabric as if something had stepped there or climbed in and waited. I zipped the pack up again. I haven't opened it since. And I don't think I ever will. But I'm alive. For now, that's enough. My name is Ava Rowe, and I work as a high-elevation backpacker specializing in long-distance traverses across the Continental Divide. I've spent enough years on the spine of Colorado to trust my instincts, and enough mornings above Treeline to know exactly how the world looks when the sun edges over the ridge. Nothing about sunrise surprises me anymore. At least, that's what I believed at the start of the day when everything still made sense. The eastern sky was only a pale bruise of color when I packed up my bivy sack and melted snow for coffee just below the saddle connecting the two peaks I planned to cross. The air held that sharp metallic chill that felt almost sterile in my lungs, and the wind skittered little ice crystals across the crusted surface. I checked my altimeter, tightened the straps on my pack, and began the steady climb toward the divide. I'd expected to be alone. These shoulder season crossings always weed out the casual hikers, but the crunch of someone else's steps behind me cut through the morning quiet. I didn't turn immediately. Voices, footsteps, even phantom radio chatter sometimes drifted strangely across rock at altitude. But the sound grew clearer, rhythmic, confident, human. I glanced back and spotted a man about my age, maybe a little older, moving with an easy stride that said he'd spent a lifetime above 10,000 feet. His beard had frost caught in it, and he lifted a hand in greeting before closing the last 20 yards between us. "Morning," he said. His breath didn't fog as much as mine. I noticed that before anything else. Didn't think I'd see another person up here today. "Same," I replied, hitching my trekking poles tight under my hands. "You crossing through the saddle?" "That's the plan." He smiled, and there was a steadiness in his eyes, an odd sort of calm that didn't belong on a wind-bitten ridge before sunrise. "Mind some company?" Normally I would have said no, but something about the quiet around us felt heavier than usual, like the mountains themselves were listening. I didn't want to be alone in that feeling. "Sure," I told him. "Name's Ava." "Daniel," he said. We fell into pace together, moving in silence broken only by the steady scoring of our boots through snow. The landscape shifted from muted gray to a soft lavender glow, the kind of alpine morning that felt almost sacred. We talked a little trail conditions, weather coming in from the west, the unpredictability of the early season crust. Nothing strange. Nothing off. Still, I couldn't stop noticing how lightly he breathed, how his footsteps seemed perfectly even regardless of slope, how he didn't once pause to adjust a strap or check a map. When the ridge finally curved into the saddle, the sun breached the horizon and spilled gold light across everything, the snowfields, the jagged ridgeline, the shadowed valley below. Daniel paused and looked toward the light like he was trying to memorize something. I slowed beside him, expecting him to say something poetic or cliché about mornings in the mountains, but he only whispered, "That's it." I turned toward him. "What?" But he stepped forward instead of answering, his boot pressing down into the powder, only half a step, not even a full stride, and then the world broke in a way that made no sense. His outline shimmered, dimmed, and folded inward as if the sunlight had hollowed him out. There wasn't any sound, No rush of wind or crack of air, just an instant where he existed and then an instant where he didn't. I froze. My breath punched out of me, fogging the air. The snow where he'd stepped settled softly, like an exhale after being disturbed. His last footprint, only the front half of the tread, sat crisp and perfect in the snow. And beyond it, nothing. A clean, untouched surface, smooth as parchment. My brain stalled. People don't just vanish. Not like that. Not in silence. Not mid-step. I dropped to my knees beside the print, scanning for collapse points, hidden crevasses, anything that could explain what I'd seen. The snowpack was solid. No holes, no cracks. No sign of an avalanche crown or storm slab, no optical illusion from refrozen crust. Just a single, truncated line of boot prints that ended as sharply as if someone had erased the rest. I didn't want to touch the print, but I did. The snow inside it was cold, normal cold, and packed firmly from his weight. It wasn't melting, wasn't disturbed in any unnatural way. It was just a print. A perfect print with no trail leading away from it. My pulse thudded in my ears. I stood and scanned the ridge over and over again, searching for movement, shadows, anything. Nothing changed. Nothing shifted. The mountains looked exactly as they always did, silent, indifferent, impossibly old. A voice in my head told me to get off the saddle. Another voice told me to follow the prints back, see if something along the approach trail had changed. But the loudest voice, the one born from every training course, every SAR debrief, every ranger story traded around campfires, said, "Do not panic. Observe before you move." So I forced myself to breathe slow and steady, forced myself to turn in a slow circle, cataloging everything. Snowfield to the west, drifted but stable. Wind steady from the south. Sky cloudless. No signs of altitude sickness, my vision clear, my hands steady. Nothing in the environment explained what I'd just seen. That's when I noticed something I'd missed earlier. The footprints leading up to the saddle, his footprints, were deeper than mine, slightly wider, slightly longer. But as they approached the final step, they became more shallow, as if he weighed less and less the closer he got to sunrise. I followed them back several yards, crouching low to the snow, studying the depth variation. They grew lighter, almost airy, until they faded into an oddly perfect sequence. Each print seemed too uniform, too mathematically spaced. People don't walk like that. Real footsteps have irregularities, tiny shifts of balance, subtle variations that show hesitation, fatigue, terrain. His look printed from a template. I felt the cold slide under my skin then, not the alpine kind, but the kind that grips the bones. When I turned back to the final print, a shadow moved across it. It wasn't mine. I spun so fast I nearly lost my footing, trekking poles stabbing into the snow. But nothing stood behind me. Nothing moved. Only the faintest wisp of wind traced along the ridge, carrying a sound I didn't want to recognize, something that almost sounded like breath. I steadied myself and whispered into the empty morning air, "Daniel?" Silence answered, thick and patient. That's when I realized I wasn't standing alone anymore. Not really. Not in the way that matters up here. And nothing good ever follows you across the divide. I didn't move for a long moment. The air felt thicker than before, as if the ridge were holding its breath with me. The sun climbed a little higher, washing the snow in gold, but the warmth didn't reach my skin. Something in the space around me had shifted, the way a room feels different when someone walks in even if you didn't hear the door. I forced myself to take one step back from the final footprint. The snow crunched under my boot, normal, familiar, grounding. I needed that. I needed the reassurance that I was still anchored to something physical. But the shadow that had slid across the print lingered in my mind. It had been too sharp, too narrow, too upright to be cast by the ridge or clouds. And there hadn't been a cloud in the sky. I lifted my head and scanned the area again with the slow, methodical sweep I'd learned from years of search and rescue work. The saddle was empty. No tracks leading in from the west, no figures cresting the ridge to the south, no wildlife except a few ptarmigan far below. The world felt suspended, like a still frame in a film. Then a faint imprint appeared beside the last boot print. Not pressed down, no depression in the snow. Just the outline. A shadow of a step. I blinked hard, leaned closer, and swallowed the urge to swear. It was faint but unmistakable, the suggestion of toes, the faint curve of an arch, the beginning of a heel mark. But it didn't belong to any boot. It looked bare. Human. A single barefoot track appearing beside Daniel's last, like something had stepped forward to meet him. I jerked upright and stumbled back, adrenaline hammering through me. Footprints, real footprints, don't appear without compression. Shadows don't outline toes in perfect detail. But this wasn't an illusion. I knew what I saw. The faint outline remained for only a heartbeat before the wind swirled fine crystals across the surface, blurring it back into smoothness. Like it had never been there. I turned and started down the ridge the way we'd come. I needed to get lower, needed to get out of the open, needed the psychological weight of rock and trees around me. The saddle felt too exposed, too watched. My steps were quick, too quick for a descent on crusted alpine snow, but I couldn't shake the certainty that if I lingered up there any longer, something would step into view behind me. As I descended, I kept catching flickers of movement in the corner of my vision. Not shapes, not figures. More like disruptions in the air, subtle shifts in color or light. Each time I snapped my head toward them, nothing was there. But the feeling of being observed grew heavier with every switchback I traversed. Halfway down the ridge, I reached the rock outcrop where Daniel had first caught up to me. His footprints were still there, but now they looked wrong, too crisp, too defined, as if they'd been stamped into the snow moments ago rather than an hour earlier. They formed a perfect line, each print spaced with unnatural consistency, like they'd been measured out. My own prints beside them looked messy in comparison, deep, uneven, human. I crouched again, studying the line. I'd inspected 1,000 sets of tracks in my life, lost hikers, injured climbers, disoriented trekkers, but never anything like this. When I reached out and hovered my hand over one of his prints, I felt a tiny pulse of warmth rising from it. Imperceptible at first, then undeniable. The snow should have been cold. It should have been diffuse, radiating nothing. But the print felt like a hand placed on a pane of glass minutes ago. Warm is impossible in alpine snow at this hour. Not unless. I yanked my hand back. Something moved uphill behind me. I didn't hear it. I felt it. A tremor through the snowpack, a shift in pressure, like a second presence stepping onto the ridge. I turned slowly, gripping my trekking pole tight. The saddle above was empty. But halfway between me and the place where Daniel had vanished, a new print sank into the snow. This one compressed. Real. Deep. Fresh. Human. But no one cast it. No shadow. No form. Nothing standing there to make it. I stared, mouth dry, heart thumping painfully against my ribs. The print was angled downhill, as if whoever made it were stepping toward me. Another depression formed beside it. Then another. A slow, deliberate, descending pattern, one step at a time, approaching without a body to carry it. I stumbled backward, my heels skidding on a patch of ice. The invisible steps kept coming, each one measured and patient. Whoever or whatever was making them wasn't in a hurry. It knew I wasn't getting off the ridge fast enough. I turned and half ran, half slid down the slope, the sun's rising warmth meaningless against the cold clawing of my spine. My pack bounced against my shoulders, my pulse stabbed hard into the snow with each frantic stride. I no longer cared about controlled descent. I needed to get below tree line, into shelter, away from the open sky where things could reach in from nowhere. The rhythm of the invisible steps quickened behind me. I didn't look back. Not until I reached the first line of crumholes, those twisted, wind-battered evergreens that clung to the ridge like desperate survivors, did I risk a glance over my shoulder. The footprints stopped at the last stretch of open snow. They formed a clear, crisp trail, each depression sharp-edged and deep, ending exactly where the rock gave way to trees. Like the thing making them either couldn't or wouldn't cross into the sheltered zone. I collapsed against a gnarled pine, breath shuddering, legs trembling. My skin prickled with cold sweat. For several seconds I just stood there, eyes locked on the last print, waiting to see if another would appear in defiance of the boundary. None did. But the tree behind my shoulder vibrated slightly, like someone had brushed against it. I jumped away, spinning. The branches swayed gently, though no wind touched the trees around it. A faint sound followed, a whisper of snow shifting, but underneath that, beneath the crackle of ice and the rasp of my own breath, I heard something else. A voice. Quiet. Close. Male. It said my name. My blood went cold. I backed away a few steps, deeper into the trees, and he said it again, closer this time, though the snow behind me held no new prints and no figure moved through the branches. Ava, the voice said, gentle, familiar, wrong in every possible way. You didn't wait. I knew that voice. It was Daniel's. Except Daniel didn't exist anymore. And the thing wearing his voice was coming through the trees. The sound of his voice slid between the trees like cold air seeping under a cabin door. Too soft. Too steady. Too close. I pivoted slowly, my breath tight in my chest, scanning the tree line even though every instinct screamed at me not to. The crumhole's branches knotted into each other so tightly they formed almost a wall, but nothing, no body, no movement should have been able to slip through without disturbing the snow. Ava, he said again, the syllables pulling in a direction my eyes refused to follow. Don't go. I stepped back until my boot hit a buried root. The trees here grew low and tangled, shaped by decades of brutal wind. They offered cover, but also trapped sound in strange ways. Voices echoed unpredictably, bouncing between trunks. But no echo should have sounded that close. Daniel, I whispered, the name tasting wrong in my mouth. If you're hurt, you need to answer me directly. Where are you? The forest seemed to inhale. Then, here. A soft crunch of snow came from behind a cluster of spruce, but when I snapped my head toward it, there were no footprints on that patch of powder. None breaking into the crust. None leading away. I forced myself to keep moving, weaving through the trees, staying on the downslope side. I needed to drop elevation fast. The alpine zone made me feel exposed, like something above treeline had authority over me that gravity couldn't counter. With every step, the forest closed in, branches scraping my sleeves, shedding needles that dusted my pack. But the voice stayed with me. Always just behind. Always just out of sight. You shouldn't have run, it murmured. The cadence wasn't human, not really. Too even. Too calm for someone supposedly struggling through uneven terrain. You were supposed to see... See what? I hissed. Silence. Then the creak of a trunk bending, like something invisible had just leaned against it. I froze. My breath hissed through my teeth, forming white puffs that drifted between branches. A thin gust stirred the snow, and something like a shape flickered in the corner of my vision. I whipped my head left. Nothing. But I saw a faint depression in the snow. Not a full print. Just the beginning of a heel. As if someone had tried to step but wasn't fully solid. The snow around it glistened, just barely disturbed. Then another depression appeared 2 feet away. Then another. Not approaching me this time. Circling. I tightened my grip on my trekking poles and pushed downhill harder, forcing my way out of the dense crumholes until the trees opened slightly onto a slope scattered with boulders. A long, slanting field of sunlight hit the snow here, and for a second, I felt relief. Open terrain meant I could see anything coming. But the moment I stepped into the clearing, a line of footprints appeared on the far side, each one sinking into the snow in slow, steady sequence, moving toward me. No form. No shadow. Just deep prints forming as if weight pressed into the earth. I stumbled backward onto a rock, breath snagging. The steps slowed, then stopped entirely. I waited, pulse pounding. Then the prints turned. Not toward the trees. Toward the saddle above. Like something had changed its mind. Or had been called back. The prints retraced themselves, lifting out of the snow as if something was stepping backward. Each depression rose, restoring the surface, smoothing perfectly until the track erased itself entirely. My skin crawled. Tracks don't reverse. Snow doesn't lift. What do you want? I whispered. The wind finally picked up, moaning through the branches, snow flurrying in thin arcs. But behind that, beneath it, wove an answer. Not a voice this time. Not words. A feeling. Like someone standing just behind me, breath warm on the back of my neck. I spun around. Still no one. But this time, something lingered in the air. Heat. Barely a hint of it. Out of place in the shadowed trees. My breath thickened in my throat, and suddenly the ridge above didn't seem distant. It felt like it was leaning closer. I needed out. Off the mountain. Out of this strip of alpine that had become something else entirely. I adjusted my pack straps with shaking hands and took the steep descent line I didn't normally use. It cut down the mountain faster, but the slope was riddled with unstable patches. I didn't care. The farther I got from the saddle, the more the wrongness thinned, like the thing tied to Daniel's disappearance had boundaries. Maybe altitude mattered. Maybe sunlight hitting the ridge mattered. Maybe the divide itself was thin enough that something could step through and take a man with it. I dropped another 100 feet. Then another. The trees grew taller, straighter. Less wind-warped. The snow deepened but felt normal again. No phantom shapes. No shadow outlines. No backward footsteps. Just quiet. Just the hush of wind. For the first time since sunrise, my lungs loosened. Then, about 20 yards downslope, I saw movement. Not unnatural this time, a person. Real. Solid. Wearing forest green. My heart leapt. A ranger. Hey! I shouted, pushing through a tangle of young pines. Hey, wait! The ranger turned, hands lifted slightly in surprise. He was older, mid-40s maybe, with a sun-reddened face and a neatly trimmed beard. A name patch on his jacket read Hawkins. You okay? He called. Relief punched through me so hard I nearly sagged. I stumbled down toward him, boots slipping in the deeper snow. I'm fine, I said, breath shaking. There's something up on the saddle. A man vanished. Literally vanished. And I swallowed, trying to form the sentence. There's something making footprints. Following. Copying his voice. Ranger Hawkins nodded slowly, concern knitting his eyebrows. Easy. You're out of the wind now. Come on down to the patrol cabin. It's just another few hundred yards. I followed him, forcing myself to breathe evenly, to trust the solid figure ahead of me. His boots made clean, human tracks. Deep, irregular, exactly what they should be. When we reached the cabin, he pushed the door open and gestured me inside. It smelled like wood smoke and pine tar and the faint lingering scent of coffee. Normal. Anchoring. My heartbeat finally started to steady. Sit, he said gently, motioning to the wooden bench against the wall. Tell me everything. I dropped my pack, leaned my pulse against the wall, and sank onto the bench. He poured water into a small metal kettle and set it on the stove. The fire crackled softly. My breath slowed. Then I noticed something. A set of boot prints just inside the threshold. I hadn't made them. They were crisp. Even. Perfectly spaced. The same tread pattern as Daniel's. Ranger Hawkins followed my stare. His jaw tightened. I hoped it wouldn't spread this far, he said quietly. My stomach lurched. What? He didn't answer immediately. He just stepped between me and the doorway, like he was blocking the exit. The fire popped. Outside, the wind fell completely still. Ava, he said. His voice softened into something wrong. Something familiar. My blood froze. It was Daniel's voice. Wearing someone else's shape. Don't run this time. The kettle trembled on the stove. The cabin walls seemed to lean inward. But I wasn't going to die on that mountain. Not in a ranger cabin. Not in the grasp of something that wore footprints and voices like clothing. I cracked my pulse, swung hard, and bolted for the back window, crashing through it as the thing that had been Hawkins lunged. Cold air blasted my face as I hit the snow outside. I scrambled up, legs pumping, adrenaline burning through every muscle. I didn't look back. And for the first time since sunrise, nothing followed. Not a voice. Not a footprint. Not a shadow. I didn't stop running until I reached the trailhead hours later, lungs raw, legs numb, the sun overhead sharp and high. I survived. But I never crossed the divide again. Some doors, once open even for a single step, never fully close. My name is Henry Lott, and in addition to being an amateur cartographer, I've spent most of my adult life backpacking the length of Oregon's inland trails. I've never once confused a ridgeline or misread a contour. My friends say I could find my way through fog with only a stick and a gut feeling. I say that just to make one thing clear from the start. What happened on the bluff wasn't because I got lost. It wasn't a navigational error. I know every bend of that drainage, and I know exactly where a cabin should and shouldn't be. And the one I found that day should not have been there. I had set out early that morning along the northern edge of the Columbia River Gorge, planning to map a half-mile deviation in the trail that I discovered the previous season. A windstorm had knocked down enough trees that hikers had carved an unofficial detour, and the rangers were considering making it permanent. My job, unpaid but earnest, was to trace it precisely for them. The weather was clear, blue, and so dry the dust floated off my boots with every step. I should have known something was off when the detour ran straighter than I remembered, like someone had taken a hatchet to every branch that dared to curve. But I chalked it up to better trail maintenance and kept going. The land began climbing, gradually at first, then steeply enough that my thighs started to ache. A narrow spine of basalt rose ahead, a bluff overlooking the river. I didn't remember the trail approaching it so directly, but terrain shifts, memory shifts, and I reasoned there must have been more erosion than I realized. So I followed the path upward and to the left, passing through a tunnel of pines that cut out the sun. When I stepped out of that shade, it was there, quiet, small, and absolutely impossible. A cabin sat on the ridgeline. Not old enough to be historic, not new enough to be a ranger build, but something in between simple planks, a pitched roof, a single window facing the trees. What made me stop wasn't the structure itself, but the fact that it wasn't on any map. And I mean any map. Not the old logging atlases. Not the topo sets from the 40s. Not the USGS layout I practically sleep with under my pillow. I know every sanctioned and unsanctioned shack within 10 miles of that gorge. This one wasn't supposed to exist. I should have turned around. But curiosity is a sort of slow, stupid gravity with me, and I started toward it, telling myself I'd poke around, jot down coordinates, maybe leave a note for the rangers. As I approached, the air cooled like I'd stepped into a shadow, even though the sun was full above me. My skin pebbled under my pack straps. I knocked on the door the way I would at any backcountry shelter, loud enough to announce myself, but not loud enough to startle wildlife. No answer. I tried again. Nothing. The knob turned without effort. Inside, the cabin was dark but tidy. One cot, one chair, a wood stove, and a small mound of split logs stacked perfectly against the wall. Dust on the floor, so no one had been inside recently. The window differed from what I'd seen outside. From here it looked narrower, like someone had pushed the frame in by an inch. There were no personal items, no supplies, not even the usual carved initials board campers leave behind. The place felt like it had been waiting. I dropped my pack and stepped in, careful not to disturb anything. The floorboards groaned under me, deep and hollow. I checked the stove, cold. Checked the cot, clean. In the corner, a metal canteen sat on a crate, but when I lifted it, the inside was bone dry and tasted like old iron. Nothing about the cabin hinted at who built it or when. It wasn't rotten enough to be old, yet not crisp enough to be new. Like it had always been there, but also like someone had put it together last night. I stepped outside to get my bearings and pulled out my compass. The needle drifted for a second before settling. I frowned and spun it again. Same thing, hesitation, then north. Compasses can hiccup near rock with high iron content, but basalt shouldn't have thrown it around like that. I circled the cabin, looking for wires, anchors, anything that might explain it. Nothing. Just a structure sitting perfectly level on ground that should not have been level. At this point, I hadn't planned to spend the night there. The sun was still high, the trail ahead short. But when I walked back to the detour to double-check distances, the path behind me didn't look the same. Instead of curving gently toward the ridge, it cut straight back into the pines, steeper than before. I walked a dozen steps, then turned around. The cabin was still there, but slightly lower. No, that wasn't right, it only felt that way. Something about the perspective tugged at my senses, like the bluff itself had shifted under my feet. I reasoned that fatigue and sunlight were playing tricks on me. So I sat on a rock, drank some water, forced myself to breathe. When I stood and rechecked my map, the landmarks matched, but the path measured longer than it should have. A half-mile extension had somehow become nearly 2. And every instinct in me, the instincts I trust more than anything, told me that continuing into the woods this late would be stupid. I looked back at the cabin. The simplest answer was to stay the night and leave at dawn, when visibility would be clean and I'd be fresh. Plenty of shelters exist in stranger spots. Plenty of hikers have taken advantage of them without incident. I told myself this was no different. I set up inside, sleeping bag on the cot, packed near the door, boots tucked just beneath the frame. The wood creaked with every shift of my weight. The air stayed cool, almost too cool. Late afternoon slid into evening, but the sky outside never quite oranged the window. Instead, it dimmed into a hazy gray, like sunlight filtered through smoke even though the air smelled clean. I tried to eat, but the quiet pressed in so tightly I felt like chewing was too loud. I kept thinking someone would hear me. As darkness finally settled, I heard something small move beneath the floorboards. Probably mice, I told myself. Probably. But it didn't scamper, it paused, then stepped, then paused again. The pattern was deliberate, almost pacing. I froze on the cot. The noise circled beneath me, then stopped directly under the bed frame. After a long silence, the floor creaked in the opposite corner, though nothing had moved. I clicked my headlamp on. The beam caught dust drifting lazily in the air, nothing more. But my heart had already hammered its way up my throat, and I knew I wouldn't be sleeping. I zipped my coat, grabbed my map, and stepped outside to clear my head, telling myself I'd just breathe for a while and then settle back down. The cabin looked different in the dark. The window seemed smaller, the walls slightly tilted inward, the angle of the roof sharper. It was subtle, so subtle I couldn't be sure, but I felt it in my gut the same way I know when a trail is a few degrees off. And the path I'd come in on? In the dark, it wasn't a path at all. It was a mess of brush and branches, as if no one had walked it in years. And that was when I realized, if I tried to leave now, I wouldn't know which way was real. I told myself the night would pass quickly. Dawn was only hours away. I went back inside. And that was the first night I realized the cabin wasn't abandoned at all. It had simply been waiting for someone to close the door. I shut the door behind me gently, but the latch clicked louder than it had earlier, sharp enough that it startled me. My headlamp beam jittered across the walls as I steadied my hand. The interior looked the same as before, same cot, same crate, same empty canteen, but something about the shadows felt heavier, thicker, like the air had gained weight since I stepped outside. I tried to tell myself it was just nighttime claustrophobia, a natural response to being alone in an unfamiliar shelter, but the thought didn't settle in my mind the way rational explanations usually do. It sat crooked, wobbling. The sound beneath the floor returned the moment I stepped toward the cot. One step. A pause. Another. The pacing started again, slow and measured. I pointed my headlamp at the knot pattern near the baseboards, half expecting to see something pushing upward, but the wood stayed perfectly still. The noise tracked my movement, shifting when I shifted, circling when I turned. It wasn't frantic, no scratching, no squeaking. Just patient. Observant. That was what got to me most. Mice don't adjust their movement rhythm to a person's footsteps. Whatever was under there was trying to stay directly beneath me. I backed away, keeping my eyes on the floor. The sound slowed, then stopped. The silence throbbed in my ears. I lowered myself into the chair, forcing it not to creak. My breath fogged faintly in the beam of my headlamp, and that was the first time I realized the temperature inside the cabin had dropped since earlier. Cold wasn't uncommon at elevation after dark, but this was the kind of cold that seeped into my molars. My fingers tightened around the armrests, the wood so chilled it felt like metal. The pacing started again. I stood abruptly, and it halted. This time, after the silence stretched long enough to make my pulse hitch, a softer noise followed, a shift of something brushing along the underside of the floorboards, like a body turning over on dry leaves. I pressed my hand against the nearest plank, expecting vibration, or warmth, or some sign of an animal. But the wood was still. Too still. When I lifted my hand, it left a faint smear of dust on my skin. Dust. That was wrong. A creature actively moving beneath floorboards should have kicked up more of it, disturbed it, scattered it. Instead, the dust lay evenly, like nothing had moved below in weeks. I stepped back from the floor and reached for my map on the crate. I unfolded it slowly, smoothing it across my thigh. If I couldn't trust the trail in the dark, maybe I could anchor myself with bearings and plan a pre-dawn exit. My headlamp flickered as I leaned over the paper. I tapped the light to steady it and then froze, because the map under my fingers didn't match the folds I remembered making that morning. The creases had shifted. Slightly. Imperceptibly to anyone else, maybe. But not to me. The edge showing the bluff's contour was more pronounced, like I had folded it differently or at a different angle, which I hadn't. And the tiny pencil markings I'd made hours earlier felt faded, like I'd drawn them weeks ago. I swallowed and looked around the cabin again. The shadows along the ceiling beams fluttered, just a little, even though the air was still. When I lifted my hand to check for a draft, my fingertips stayed numb from the cold. The sensation wasn't traveling. My hand just felt dull. I rubbed it against my jeans until pins and needles returned. I needed noise. Something human and normal. So I spoke aloud, partly to break the cabin's hold on my nerves, partly because the quiet was becoming unbearable. I said something meaningless, something like, just need to get through the night. My voice sounded too loud, hitting the walls and bouncing back in a soft, flat echo that didn't feel quite right. It wasn't a sound problem, it was a timing problem. The echo lagged just slightly after my words ended, like it needed a moment to catch up. The pacing beneath the floor stopped instantly at the sound of my voice. I shouldn't have said anything. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. No shifting, no brushing, no movement at all. The cabin seemed to wait with me. My heartbeat settled after a minute or two, and when nothing else happened, I exhaled carefully and set the map aside. Maybe the animal, whatever it was, had gotten startled and frozen. I forced myself to sit again, elbows on my knees, breath steady. Then the chair creaked. But I hadn't moved. The sound came from behind me. A slow, gentle pressure pushed inward on the back of the chair, not enough to shift the weight, but enough to be unmistakable. Someone could have been leaning on it, or bracing against it. I spun around, lamp pointed straight at the wall. Nothing there. No marks. No indent. But the pressure had been real. I felt it in the wood, from my spine, all the way into my shoulders. My chest tightened. I grabbed my boots, laced them quickly, and slung my pack over one shoulder. I wasn't going to wait until dawn. Screw visibility. Screw the trail. I could follow the bluff edge downhill until I hit the drainage. It would take longer, but it would be real terrain I understood. I stepped toward the door, but as I reached the latch, something changed in the air pressure. A faint pop in my ears. Then another. The pacing under the floor started again. No longer slow. No longer patient. It moved fast, circling the room in a tight loop, the pattern too complex for a single animal. It sounded like multiple sets of steps, tiny ones, light ones moving independently, converging, separating, converging again. My skin went rigid from scalp to heel. I twisted the latch and yanked hard, but the door stuck. I pulled again, nothing. It wasn't locked. It simply wouldn't open, like the wood had swollen or settled crooked. My breath fogged heavier in the light now. The cabin was getting colder by the second. My pulse roared in my ears. Then everything under the floor went silent at once. The sudden stillness was worse than the noise. My hand trembled on the latch as I tried again, forcing the door just enough that it groaned open an inch. A breath of air brushed across my face, real, fresh, forest air. Relief surged through me and I shoved harder, the door scraping against the warped threshold. Something tapped the underside of the floor directly beneath my feet. Not pacing. Not brushing. A single, clear knock. Then another. Like it was answering the door for me. I stumbled outside, dragging my pack with me and slamming the door shut behind me. The cold hit me with full force, but at least it was the kind of cold that made sense. Night cold. Mountain cold. The cabin behind me looked exactly the same as before, but the window reflected my headlamp strangely, like the glass wasn't flat. I backed away until my boots found the loose gravel at the edge of the bluff. The forest below was a black wall, but it was honest. Predictable. I turned to look for the trail, but there was nothing there. No path. No brush break. No indentation in the earth where I had walked in earlier. The woods were unbroken, and the cabin door behind me creaked as if something inside had shifted its weight. I forced myself not to look back at the cabin again, even though every instinct in me screamed that something was standing on the other side of the door, listening. My headlamp beam jittered as I scanned for anything resembling a trail, broken grass, disturbed needles, scuff in the dirt, but the ground looked untouched. I crouched, running my fingers across the soil. It was firm, undisturbed. If something had erased my tracks, it had done so cleanly, without leaving its own marks behind. I straightened and breathed through the rising panic. I knew the geography of this ridge better than I knew most people. The bluff curved in a predictable arc, and if I kept the river's faint noise to my right, I could descend safely enough to hit the drainage trail. Even in the dark. Even without a path. I just needed to move. I stepped away from the cabin until the crunch of loose gravel under my boots drowned out my heartbeat. The forest ahead sloped downward, steep but navigable. I raised my headlamp, looking for gaps in the trees that might indicate a natural chute. My breath fogged in thick puffs. Then, just as I took my first step off the ridge, something made me stop. A soft thud behind me, followed by another. The door of the cabin wasn't opening. I would have heard the hinges, but something inside was moving again. Heavy enough to shift weight. Light enough that it didn't match the pacing under the floor. My jaw clenched. The image of the floorboards flexing upward, just slightly, nudged the back of my mind. I cut the beam of my headlamp and froze. Silence. Wind. Nothing else. After a few seconds of stillness, I stepped off the bluff edge and began descending through the trees, choosing my footing with care. Dirt slid beneath me once or twice, but the slope held. Branches brushed against my jacket. The forest felt tighter at night, but at least it was real. I counted steps in my head, 30 paces, pause, listen. 30 paces, pause, listen. It steadied me. Somewhere below, a creek whispered. Not the river, too quiet for that, but a tributary feeding into it. Exactly what I needed. If I followed the sound, I'd hit familiar terrain. The farther I dropped from the ridge, the warmer the air became. My breath stopped fogging. The tight sensation in my ears eased. My fingers thawed. Whatever strange pressure had hung around the cabin didn't follow me down the slope. That alone kept me moving. I didn't look back once. It took 20 minutes before the creek came into view, a dark ribbon glinting under the headlamp. Relief cracked through me so sharply my knees nearly buckled. I crouched by the water, splashed some on my face, and let the cold bite into my skin. The world felt normal again. Gravity felt normal. The air even smelled different: wet earth, river moss, pine sap. Clean. Alive. I checked my compass. The needle snapped north instantly. No drift. Perfect. I traced a mental line from the creek to the drainage trail. If I followed the water a quarter mile south, I'd intersect the path easily. I started walking downstream. The forest floor level, the creek curling gently beside me. My headlamp caught insects, wet stones, the occasional fallen branch. Ordinary details. Comforting ones. After 10 minutes of steady progress, I spotted a familiar bend in the creek, a sharp hook around a boulder I remembered from my last mapping trip. The moment I saw it, the knot in my chest loosened. I picked up the pace. Another 100 yards and I'd find the drainage trail. Another hour after that and I'd reach the main path. Then civilization. Then light. Then people. I rounded the bend and stopped dead. Someone's footprints were in the mud. Not boot prints. Bare footprints. Fresh. Clear. Small. Each one sank deep, like the person had been pressing their weight deliberately into the earth. They faced upstream toward the bluff. Toward the cabin. Toward where I had just come from. I crouched, swallowing hard. The prints were unmistakably recent. Edges crisp. Water pooled in the depressions but hadn't washed them out yet. Whoever made them couldn't have been more than 10 minutes ahead of me. Maybe less. I followed the trail of prints with my lamp. They continued upstream for 15 paces, then turned abruptly into the creek. I stepped closer, shining my headlamp into the water. The prints continued along the creek bed, submerged footprints pressing into the soft sediment, incredibly clear. The person had walked straight into the water and kept going without hesitation, like the cold meant nothing. I gripped the strap of my pack until my knuckles went white. I didn't hear anything behind me. No footsteps. No movement. But the hair on the back of my neck rose in one slow wave. I forced myself to look upstream. Nothing stood there. Nothing moved. But the darkness between the trees felt aware. I backed away from the creek, staying on the bank, and began moving downstream again, faster now, almost jogging. The mud squelched under my boots. Branches whipped my arms. I didn't care. I needed to hit the trail. Once I found the drainage path, I could orient myself perfectly. I repeated that like a mantra. Just get to the trail. Just get to the trail. Just get. I stopped. The drainage trail should have crossed a creek right here. I remembered the split rock formation on the opposite bank. I remembered the old stump on the left. They were both here. Perfect. Exactly where they should be. But the trail wasn't. No packed dirt. No carved switchback. No sign of human passage at all. Just untouched ground. Undisturbed leaves. Unbroken grass. Not overgrown. Not faint. Non-existent. My throat tightened. I dug my hands into my hair and breathed hard, trying to ground myself. I scanned the map with shaking fingers, comparing landmarks, checking distances. Everything lined up. The geography around me was correct. The trails simply weren't where they were supposed to be. The same way the trail to the bluff had vanished behind me. The same way the cabin had appeared. I took a shaky step backward, and my boot slipped on the mud. My foot plunged into the creek, sending cold water up to my ankle. I cursed and pulled myself up, heart hammering. That's when I saw the reflection. Not of me, my headlamp outlined my silhouette clearly, but behind my reflection, farther up the creek, a faint shape stood at the water's edge. Small. Still. Facing downstream. Facing me. I jerked around, headlamp blasting the darkness, but the creek bank was empty. Completely. When I whipped back to the water, the reflection showed only me, quivering in the ripples. My legs nearly buckled. I stumbled out of the water, scrambling up the bank on unsteady feet. Think, Henry. Think. You know the land. You know the elevations. You know the lines. Even if the trails are wrong, the ridge lines can't lie. The river can't lie. Gravity can't lie. As long as I followed the downward gradient long enough, I would hit the main gorge, the roads, the towns. I shoved my map into my pack and started moving again, turning myself sharply southeast toward the unmistakable lowland dip. Every step felt like a gamble, but I kept going, lungs burning, pushing branches aside until the forest began to thin. I reached a clearing. A wide one. Flattened earth. Soft soil. Freshly disturbed. A place where something heavy had pressed into the ground for a long time. And on the far end of the clearing sat the cabin. The same cabin. Same roof. Same crooked window. Same angle of the door. Exactly where it shouldn't be. The door was open now. Just slightly. Just enough. As if something inside had gone out looking for me. And come back. I stood frozen, breathing so fast my vision pulsed. One step backward, and dried leaves cracked loudly under my boot. From inside the cabin came a soft, deliberate creak, like someone shifting their weight on the floorboards. Then another. Then a third. All slow. All patient. All coming toward the open door. I didn't wait. I turned and ran, not toward the creek, not toward the ridge, not toward any landmark, just away. Away from the cabin, away from the clearing, crashing through the trees so hard my hands and shins went numb. I didn't think. I didn't navigate. I just pushed forward until the forest broke abruptly into sheer brightness that blinded me. I skidded onto asphalt. A road. A real road. The forest opened behind me like a black wound. I spun around. The clearing was gone. The cabin was gone. Even the break in the trees was gone. Just solid forest. Dawn light seeped through the branches, the first real light of the morning. Somewhere deep in the woods behind me, a single knock echoed. Clear. Sharp. Wooden. Not pacing. Not brushing. A knock. On a door that shouldn't exist. I didn't go back for my map. I didn't report the cabin. I didn't mark the location. That bluff can keep its secrets. I want nothing to do with whatever was waiting under those floorboards. And if anyone ever finds the cabin again, God help them if they close the door. My name is Clara Dunn, and I work as a wildlife tracker contracted by the Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. Word count, 1,000 words. I was assigned to monitor a series of unusually clustered scat deposits and partial deer carcasses across a stretch of forest outside Greenville, right along the western edge of Moosehead Lake. The reports weren't remarkable on their own. This is rural Maine, after all, and predators don't exactly RSVP. But the patterns were strange. The spacing was too regular, too intentional. Like something was pacing the same route on repeat. My supervisor chalked it up to a cougar dispersal pattern. I wasn't so sure. Cougars haven't had a confirmed presence here in decades, though people love swearing they've seen one. I started the day early, hiking in from an old disused snowmobile access corridor. The leaves were damp from an overnight drizzle, softening my steps so much that the forest felt like it was absorbing me. The air had that cold bite unique to northern Maine, like the woods were still waking up and not happy to see you. By late morning, I'd already plotted 3 sites, each one about a half mile apart, each one equally wrong. The carcasses were stripped too clean. The branches nearby broken, but not in the chaotic pattern of bare leaves behind. And there were tracks in the moss that didn't make sense. Not paw prints, not boots. Just pressure depressions, perfectly oval, as if something heavy had stepped without leaving an edge. I radioed in around 1 p.m., just to check in. My voice didn't sound like mine, too small in all that space. By 3 p.m., the clouds had rolled in, thick gray curtains flattening the light. It felt like dusk even though I had hours left. I should have turned back then. Every part of my training said that if the woods feel off, they usually are. But the habitat maps I was generating needed one more point to complete the suspected route. I didn't want to come back tomorrow. Something about that idea, returning here, filled me with a pressure in my ribs. The fourth site was deeper in, past a stand of old birch trees with bark curling like paper edges. The forest floor dipped into a shallow bowl of moss and deadfall. The air seemed stale down there, like it held its breath. I crouched to take a photo of a series of droppings. My camera lens fogged instantly. That was the first thing that made no sense. The temperature hadn't changed. I wiped the lens. Fogged again. I wiped it a second time using my sleeve, slower. Clear. I leaned in to snap the shot. A sound rolled across the bowl, a soft shifting of weight on wet moss. Not loud. Not threatening. But absolutely close. I stood up fast. My brain flicked through possibilities: deer, black bear, maybe a moose if I was unlucky, but none of those animals move quietly through terrain like this. And none of them freeze the way the air felt frozen now. I scanned the tree line. Nothing. But the forest had taken on that dead, unnatural stillness, like someone had hit mute on everything that lived. I backed up a step, keeping my eyes on the shadows. "Hello?" I called out, which immediately felt stupid, like announcing myself to something I didn't want hearing me. No answer. No movement. No wind. I decided then that I had enough data. I could finish the report without the fourth waypoint. I packed up my gear and moved uphill, angling back toward the old snowmobile trail. I didn't look over my shoulder. I've learned from experience that sometimes the worst thing you can do is confirm something is following you. It took me about 30 minutes to reach the ridgeline, and by then the sky had darkened into something close to evening. Maine woods get dark early, especially when the clouds settle in low. I flicked on my headlamp, checked my GPS, and quickened my pace. I should have been an hour away from the access road. That's when I saw the bent branch. A fresh bend, green fibers still wet at the crease. Something had twisted it at head height. On purpose. No storm. No wind. No human trail nearby. I stopped walking. My heart didn't thud, it thinned. The woods around me were too tight now. Too uniform. I couldn't shake the thinking that I'd passed this birch before. And the fallen log 10 yards up the trail, I'd swear I'd stepped over that exact split in the bark earlier. I flashed the light ahead, scanning for the reflector tacks I'd placed on my way in. None. The trail wasn't gone, it looked the same, but something about its direction felt wrong. Like a hallway where one door moved an inch. I took a breath and reminded myself of the first rule in field tracking: if you ever think you're looping, stop. I turned in a slow circle, sweeping the beam. The forest glowed in stark slices, trunks, ferns, empty air. I turned back to the direction I'd come from. That was when I saw it. Not a shape. Not a creature. A face. Just inches from mine. Not where something had been standing. Not where something had stepped out. It was just there, suspended in the beam of my headlamp, impossibly close, so close the breath froze halfway up my throat. The eyes were the worst part. They weren't wide or angry. They looked surprised. As if I'd startled it. As if I was the thing that had come too close. My brain rejected it so violently that I didn't even scream. I jerked backward, stumbling on a root, hitting the ground hard enough to rattle my teeth. The headlamp skittered off my forehead and landed sideways, pointing into the underbrush. I scrambled on all fours, gasping, trying to orient the light back at where the face had been. Nothing. No one. The space in front of me was empty. Completely empty. My hands were shaking so badly I fumbled the lamp twice before fastening it back onto my head. I pointed it everywhere, every branch, every trunk, every crevice. The woods were untouched. but the distance from where I'd stood to where the nearest tree trunk was? At least 5 feet. There was nowhere a human face could have been without a full body attached to it, yet the face was inches from mine. Either I'd hallucinated, I don't hallucinate, or something had been close enough to touch me and left without any sound at all. I didn't care which explanation was worse. I rose to my feet slowly, switching my headlamp to high beam. My breath made a trembling frost in the air. Then I heard it. A single step. Behind me. Not heavy. Not light. Just exactly the weight of someone who knows how to move quietly. I turned. The beam cut through the trees. No one was there. But I wasn't alone anymore. Not in any way that mattered. I forced myself not to run. Running in the woods at dusk is how you break an ankle, how you vanish into a search and rescue report no one bothers to follow up on. My headlamp beam jittered over the ferns as I rotated in place, trying to pinpoint the source of that single, deliberate step. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed that I could hear. But my pulse hammered loud enough to drown out any subtle sounds, turning the silence into something thick and muffled. "Clara, get a grip," I whispered, though the whisper tasted like fear and copper. I swept the light low across the moss. The ground showed depressions, more of those damn oval impressions, fresh, too. Cleaner edges. Something had shifted its weight just seconds ago. I didn't want to study them. They felt like an invitation, or worse, proof of something I didn't know how to explain. I tightened the straps on my pack and forced myself to keep moving, staying slow, controlled, listening for anything behind me. Every few steps, I caught the faint sensation of being observed. Not stared at. Observed. The way a biologist watches something that doesn't belong in its environment. The forest pressed close. Branches hung low overhead, needles brushing my jacket shoulders as if checking what I was made of. The further I walked, the more the trail's familiarity dissolved. I'd been on this corridor 2 hours ago. I knew its twists, its narrow choke points. But now the trees seemed wrong, placed differently. I kept checking my GPS every few minutes, but the map jittered slightly, drifting half an inch each time I refreshed. Not enough to blame on malfunction. Just enough to tell me something was interfering. Weak signal, maybe. Heavy cloud cover could do that. I latched onto that explanation like a lifeline. By the time the sky dimmed into full early evening, I'd calmed enough to think. Adrenaline only lasts so long. Logic creeps back in eventually, even when you don't want it to. Faces don't appear in midair. Light refracts. Fog distorts. Exhaustion plays tricks. Wildlife trackers get dehydrated, stressed, they see things. But the step behind me, that was real. Those depressions? Real. And the face, I'd been close enough to see the texture of the skin. A tiny scar under the lower lip. I couldn't invent detail like that. I told myself to keep walking until the first reflector tack appeared. I'd marked every 1/10 of a mile on my way in. If I found those markers, I'd know I was on the right path. 5 minutes passed. 10. Then 20. No reflectors. I stopped again, breathing hard and uneven. Not from the pace, from the terrible dawning fear that I wasn't just turned around. I was off the trail entirely. I aimed the headlamp at the nearest birch and stepped closer. The bark shone white in the beam, peeling slightly. I ran my fingers over the surface. Smooth. Untouched. No tack. I scanned left. No tack. Right. Nothing. I placed more than 20 of them. I swallowed the rising panic and forced my breathing low and slow. If I let myself spiral, that was it. I'd freeze, or worse, run blindly. Every training course teaches the same thing. People don't vanish in the woods. They make decisions that make them vanish. I made myself choose the only rational option, pick a direction that matched the original ridgeline descent and stick with it until I hit a familiar landmark. I chose downhill, toward where the access road should be. I'd barely taken 10 steps when I heard it again. Another footfall. Not a stumble. A placement. Something walking while I walked. Stopping when I stopped. A mirror. No, I muttered, voice cracking. No, no, no. I spun fast, aiming the headlamp directly behind me. This time the face wasn't inches away. It was 10 feet out, standing between two pines. A person. A woman, maybe. Pale, expressionless, watching me with the blank attention of someone cataloging an animal. She didn't blink. She didn't tilt her head. She just stood at an angle too precise, like she'd been posed there. My throat closed. Who? I didn't finish the question. I didn't know if I could. She wasn't threatening. She wasn't lunging. She was just there. But the woods around her were wrong. The headlamp beam didn't quite land on her right. The light seemed to dull around her edges, like her outline absorbed instead of reflected. Are you lost? I called out, picking the most rational script my brain could grab. She didn't respond. Didn't move. Didn't breathe in any way I could detect. I took one cautious step forward. She took one step back. Same rhythm. Same distance. I froze. She froze. My entire spine turned electric. This wasn't hallucination. Not with that precision. Not with that timing. I backed away one step, deliberately. She stepped forward. My skin crawled so hard my knees almost gave. She wasn't mocking my movements, she was countering them, like we were tethered. Please, I said, though I didn't know what I was pleading for. She stared through me. Through everything. I forced myself to turn away. I didn't want to see if she followed instantly or slowly or silently. I didn't want proof that she moved the moment I moved. I told myself, just walk. Don't run. Don't react. Don't give whatever this is a pattern. I walked. The woods breathed and shifted around me. After a few minutes, dread rooted itself somewhere deep in my stomach. I knew without sound, without sight, that she was behind me. Matching me. Always the distance I'd left her. A fixed radius, like I'd stepped inside an invisible circle she refused to leave. The worst part was the subtle cadence of her movement. I couldn't hear footsteps, but I sensed them in the tiny delays of the air. When I stepped onto moss, the air behind me adjusted a fraction of a second later. I don't know how long I walked. The dark thickened until my headlamp was a tunnel through an abyss. My breath fogged in front of me, trembling in the beam. Somewhere ahead, a sound cracked dry wood snapping under weight. Not behind. Ahead. Something else was out there. I slowed automatically, scanning. Shapes shifted as the light bounced across trunks. Another snap. Closer. Hello? My voice barely held steady. The woods didn't answer. But the woman behind me stopped moving. Not in rhythm with my steps, she simply went still. As if she sensed something approaching too. I didn't want her as an ally, but the idea that something else could freeze her made my blood turn thin and cold. A shadow moved between the trees. Low. Broad. Deliberate. I swung the beam fast. Nothing but underbrush and trunks. Behind me, not a footstep, but a breath. Soft. Too close. I spun the light. The woman was standing only 3 feet away now. Closer than she'd ever gotten. Close enough that I should have heard her. Close enough that the pale of her face glowed like bone. I stumbled backward and the underbrush crunched under my boots. She wasn't mimicking me anymore. She was moving on her own. Her eyes shifted past me toward the sound in the trees. Fear wasn't even the right word now. I was caught between two things I didn't understand. One watching me like a subject, the other stalking me like prey. Then, from somewhere ahead, deeper in the dark, a voice called out. Clara? A human voice. A man's voice. One I recognized. My supervisor, Mark. Or someone sounding exactly like him. Clara? The voice drifted through the trees again, closer this time, carrying a tone so familiar it hit like a fist to the gut. Mark Olson, my field supervisor. I'd worked under him for almost 3 years. I knew that voice. I'd recognize it through radio static, through wind, through anything. But he wasn't supposed to be here. He wasn't even in the region today. I stood frozen between two impossibilities, the pale-faced woman only feet behind me, and Mark's voice coming from an impossible direction ahead. I didn't dare turn my headlamp off, but the light itself felt flimsy. Useless. Like it existed in a thinner reality than whatever surrounded me now. Clara? That you? The voice was clearer. Absolutely Mark's cadence. The pale woman tilted her head at the sound, and for the first time since I'd seen her, her expression changed. Not curiosity. Not fear. Recognition. I whispered, "Stay back," even though I knew she wouldn't listen, even though I didn't know if she understood speech at all. She didn't step closer. But she didn't step away, either. She was watching me more intently now, as if the voice had shifted something in her, some internal alignment I didn't understand. I forced myself to respond. "Mark?" I called, though it scraped out ragged, wrong. "Where are you?" "Here," he answered. Right where the shadow had moved earlier. I took 2 slow steps forward, my boots sinking into the moss. My lamp caught only the trees, the branches, the thick hush of evening. No person. No figure. Behind me, the woman's breathing changed, a shallow intake, a slow exhale. She was anxious. Or alert. Like something had snapped her focus away from me and onto whatever was in front of us both. I swallowed, throat tight. "Mark, how did you get out here?" No answer. Instead, the forest returned to that eerie stillness, like the air was bracing for something. And then the footsteps started. Not soft. Not cautious. Heavy. Deliberate. Coming straight toward me. "Mark?" I whispered again, but it came out strangled. The woman behind me drifted closer, almost at my shoulder now, as if she needed to stay near me. Her movements had no sound. No footfall. No brush of fabric. Only presence, shifting like a cold layer of air. The footsteps ahead slowed, crunching across the forest floor until they sounded no more than a dozen feet away. My mind fought itself. If it was Mark, he would be calling out again. He would have a flashlight. He'd know how to identify himself in the dark. Instead, there was only the slow, steady pace of something that wanted me to hear it. Something that wasn't rushing. Something that knew I wouldn't leave. My hand shook as I lifted my headlamp beam higher. A shape stood between 2 red spruces. Human. Tall. Still. My breath caught. "Mark?" I managed. The shape didn't answer. Didn't move. Just stood the exact same way the woman had stood when I first saw her. Too straight. Too representative of what a human silhouette should look like. Like a model. A suggestion. A placeholder for something that didn't entirely belong. Then it stepped forward. One smooth motion. My body reacted before my brain did. I staggered backward, closer to the pale woman behind me. Her hand brushed my arm, barely grazing, almost like a warning. The contact sent a jolt through me, not of pain but of absolute clarity. She wasn't trying to hurt me. She was trying to keep me from walking forward. I heard the thing ahead shift its weight. The way the moss compressed. The way the branches bent as it pushed through. Too quiet for its size. Too graceful. Something about it was wrong in a different way than the woman behind me. The woman moved too quietly, too precisely. But this thing moved like it only recently learned how to walk. "Clara," the voice said again, Mark's voice, but coming from too low, or too far to the left, or too wrong. The tone identical, but the pacing wrong. Like someone trying to replay a recording from memory. I whispered, "That's not you." The figure stopped, and the woods went silent in a way I didn't know silence could exist. Behind me, the woman's fingers closed around my wrist, cold, but not freezing. Urgent. She tugged. Not forcefully. Just enough to tell me, "Go." I didn't question it. I turned and ran. Branches slapped my jacket, underbrush crushed beneath my boots, headlamp bouncing violently. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know if I was going downhill anymore. I just ran because the forest felt like it had inhaled and was waiting to strike. Behind me, two things moved. The woman, soundless, shadowing my steps, and the thing using Mark's voice, crashing through the brush with terrible purpose. I didn't look back. Looking back felt like an invitation. The slope dipped sharply and I nearly fell, sliding several feet on damp leaves before catching myself against a pine trunk. My lungs burned. The woman stopped beside me, face inches from mine again, but this time it didn't terrify me the same way. Her expression had changed. Urgency. Fear. Maybe even empathy. "Please," I whispered, though I didn't know what I was asking from her. She turned her gaze toward the darkness behind us. The crashing sounds had stopped. That silence was worse. It meant the thing was listening. Waiting. I forced myself up and fled again, using the downhill angle as a guide. My legs shook, my breaths came ragged, but I saw something ahead, a break in the trees, a faint gray openness. A clearing. When I burst out into it, I nearly collapsed from relief. The old snowmobile trail. I recognized it instantly, the slight curve, the packed dirt, the scattered needles from the last storm. I'd found my way back. I turned to thank the woman. She wasn't there. The trees stood still and empty. No sound. No shape. Just the forest, and something deeper inside it watching me. I backed away slowly, keeping my lamp on the tree line. My legs didn't trust themselves to run yet. Not until I was absolutely sure that nothing was going to burst through after me. A soft wind rose through the branches for the first time in hours. And then, a whisper, from the same place Mark's voice had come from. Only this time, it mimicked me. "Clara?" Not questioning. Not calling. Repeating. Practicing. I stumbled backward onto the trail and didn't stop moving until I reached the access road, then my truck, then the nearest ranger station. I sat there in the parking lot with the doors locked until my supervisor arrived in person, very much not lost in the woods, very much not calling my name, and asked what had happened. I told him only that I'd gotten turned around. I didn't mention the woman, or the thing using his voice, or the face that had appeared inches from mine. But I didn't sleep that night. And sometimes when I'm alone in the field, long after sunset, the woods go quiet in that same unnatural way. The same hush. The same inhale. And I swear I hear my own voice whispering from just beyond the beam of my headlamp. Calling my name. Not asking. Practicing.